and all Java. We're live.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Asset Management Committee meeting to order at 9:04 a.m. I'll read the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are gathered on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, specifically the Madawaskarini people of the Madawaska River. We further acknowledge that the Algonquin people have been stewards of this land since time immemorial, and we strive to treat the land. I'm sorry, I lost my place here. Along with the flora and fauna, it supports the people, their customs and traditions with honor and respect. Today, this area is home to all walks of life, and we acknowledge the shared opportunities and responsibilities to live, work, and survive within this beautiful territory. Achieving miigwech, all my relations. I was asked by Mayor LaValle to share her regrets being unable to join us today. She has a doctor's appointment. Are there any additions or amendments to the agenda? Being none, I'll ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Rodnick. With the matters before us today, does anybody wish to disclose a pecuniary interest? Again, none noted. We will start the meeting with the delegation from Sarah Hobbs. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation to do a short presentation to council during your meeting this morning. I know that there's been a lot of work happening between our team and the municipality to implement Town Suite. So I'm just going to share. I can share my screen. Am I ready to do that? Try.
Yes.
Okay, I'll just interrupt your screen share. So what I'm going to do is run through a quick slide deck and just show you very quickly in a demo environment what some of the citizen applications will look like. So just so you should all be able to see my screen. So I will start right off the bat. Just a quick overview of what I'm going to cover today. What is a MRP, a Municipal Enterprise Resource Planning Solution? Who is Town Suite? What is currently being implemented at the Township of South Algonquin? And just a quick look at some of the online applications that are going to be implemented for citizens and stakeholders of the township. So what is a MRP, a Municipal Enterprise Resource Planning Solution? An ERP, we've heard lots of talk about ERP over the years. It integrates your core business processes and it automates your core business processes and is mediated by software, by technology. So Town Suite is a Municipal Enterprise Resource Planning Solution. And we go beyond the typical kind of confines of an ERP to just look at how the financial operations and processes are managed and configured and streamlined and connected and automated and all that fun stuff. Town Suite really goes beyond that finance to look at all the different departments across a municipal organization. Town Suite is connected. It's end-to-end encrypted. That means you have a great deal of security against cybersecurity threats and risks that is, 84% or something of municipalities, I think globally are victims or subject to, I guess, living through actual threats that have been launched at them. Town Suite it also lives in real time. So it's real-time transaction processing and information updates. So that means your data is always accurate and up to date. And if you're updating account information, people's contact information, processing transactions, everything is always up to date. Town Suite is a 100% Canadian company, and all of our data is also 100% Canadian hosted. The product is fully supported. It's maintained and continuously improved, and it's also supported by a very experienced team across all the departments that where we are working very diligently to keep everything kind of working smoothly across the board. Management, sales and marketing, implementation, development, support, and we do have partners as well that work with us in some of those areas. So TownSuite has a number of different applications divided into the I guess categories of financial management, asset management, land management, e-services, which is online services for citizens and stakeholders and staff of course as well as reporting. And we do have a number of different platforms through which we do deliver our products through Windows PCs, mobile applications, we have browser applications, and it's all hosted in our cloud environment, which we maintain and manage on behalf of our customers. This is just a quick snapshot of some of the different applications that you're getting. Finance, the main core management with the asset management, the work order management, budgeting, of course. We have full job costing that's available. Everything is streamlined and interconnected. So any update in one place is going to be automatically updated in the other place. So, you know, with the permitting, somebody comes in, applies for a building permit, you process a fee, it's automatically going to be updated over in the financial application and viewable by the, by your staff as the, looking at the property level account information. So that's a quick snapshot. So planning, let me just go back one more. Planning for permit management, application management for land, and land development, building development, and e-services applications as well. And this is just a snapshot of our mobile app for mobile inspections. We have a 311 and service request application functionality, connection to work order tasks, and also some. We have some recreation things here as well, but that's not something that you guys aren't implementing our recreation, but pretty much everything else is going to be implemented. So who are we? TownSuite is a Canadian company, 100% Canadian company. I'm actually based in our Newfoundland and Labrador office in Gander, and we have a large operation here, probably about 30 to 40 staff. We have an office in Halifax and we have an office in Fredericton as well. So we've been working with municipalities, working only with municipal software, developing, supporting, maintaining, improving since 1987. TownSuite, as I mentioned, is an ERP application and it's highly configurable. We don't customize software for our clients. We make it highly configurable so that you can configure it to do what you need to do for your own municipality, which can differ completely from your neighbor who might also be using TownSuite. So the way that we start is you can choose from what we have available. You can add more applications as they are available over time. And the other thing is our product is always growing. It's always expanding. It's always evolving to continue to meet the needs of our municipal clients. We are a responsive and agile organization, and so is our software. We also don't do version updates in the sense that we don't charge you for those. Our updates are provided on a continuous basis and are small and iterative in nature, which makes it easier for your staff to adjust and learn the new cool things that we're deploying, as well as not having to have downtime, major issues with updates that might not have been fully kind of tested, or making some major changes within the municipal organization that requires you to take a few days off to get training, implementation, and so on. So that's not the approach that we use. We want to make sure that it's easy to adjust to all the things that we deploy on an ongoing basis. Oops, that one didn't work quite the way that I wanted, but let's start the way that I had planned to do this slide, and just starting with our growth over the number of years that we've been in business, starting in Newfoundland and Labrador in 1987. Our first clients who signed up with TownSuite way back when are still with us today. Then 1998 in Alberta, 2001 in the Maritimes, and 2004 to PEI, then 2012 in Manitoba. 2015, we had our first client in Ontario, and this was supposed to be the last one, and we expect to have our first client in BC starting sometime in the new year. So what is currently being implemented at the township? So finance, including all your property taxation and billing, all your core finance, banking, bank recs, budgeting, as well as the purchasing and inventory modules. Customer portal for online billing and online account accessing all the complete transaction history of my own account as a resident or a property owner within the municipality. Payroll and employee portal with a growing number of HR tools. We have mapping and planning and inspections for a land management collection of applications for managing all that building and development, variances, subdivisions, land consolidations, and so on, can all be managed through that small collection of applications. We have asset management from the TCA module for all of the financial side of your asset management, which automatically posts over to our finance. We also have the asset management side of things as well for the life cycle management, the managing maintenance costs that might arise from work order activities happening, and that also is posted automatically in real time to ensure that your accounts, the financial accounts, of all the labor, equipment usage, inventory consumed. All that is automatically going to be posted and available and visible through your full TownSuite ecosystem. And we also have service requests, which is a mechanism for you to track requests for service complaints to be able to escalate that as well to a work order. So we'll see a couple of examples there of how that looks, as well as the customer portal today. So I just want to show you some of the connectivity between all of our applications. As I mentioned, it is made to work together. And so once there's an update made in one place of TownSuite, it's automatically going to be visible and accessible throughout anywhere else that information exists or is visible. We do have role-based security, so the system administrator, with whether that's Brian or Jennifer, or that individual can manage all the roles, all the employee access to ensure that people are only accessing what they're authorized to access. So just an example of the connection of property and customer information. So we have a miscellaneous invoice over here that's over on our e-services. And again, these are just screenshots, but I will show you what it looks like in a few moments in a demo environment. This is an example of a building permit application, and this is an example of the finance. So we see right now 3 interface examples from within TownSuite where the same information is visible. It's connected, and it's automatically going to be updated. Once we post an invoice in TownSuite Financial or TownSuite Planning, that will automatically be, if your customer does have an e-services account, because you can't force that, of course, that will automatically be created, and they will be notified by email that there's an invoice available in their account. So then we have connection of customer and service information. So this is looking at our service request side of things. We can see that we can export that to a task for the work order side. We also see that that's connected to a customer over in our financial application. So there's a lot of connectivity of all of our information to make it easier to locate the information that you need at that moment in time. So work management information, connecting that from the work order task. We have a service request that's connected to, work order. And then we also have that similar injury complaint that we just saw on the previous screen, just a service request complaint that was received. And we can see that it was connected to a work order task. Every time that task is updated, then the e-services customers who might have been submitting complaints about a specific thing, if all those service requests, which you can link many, once that status changes, if you have like 10 different service requests linked to this individual task, all those customers will be notified, just as an example. And then financial transactions, real-time posting. So while this is not visible to you or to your citizens and stakeholders from the municipal staff side of things, the administration, TownSuite is set up and configured to post things where you're going to tell it to go. So we're not having to select accounts when we're doing our work every day. We can set it up to be kind of an autopilot situation with the ability to select specific accounts if something does need to be different, in terms of, posting to AR accounts or GL accounts and things like that. So that would just be kind of normally like an autopilot setup. You set it up, it's configured to do what you want it to do right from the beginning, and you don't have to think about that at all going forward. So just a quick summary now of our online applications for citizens and stakeholders. So the customer portal is where you will be able to issue e-billing, also collect online payments with a couple of PCI compliant gateways that we do already integrate with, as well as we have our service requests and 301 tools, which is another application. So that was it for my I got a quick summary for each one. So e-billing, e-statements and receipts. So we don't have to send out receipts anymore. We don't have to send out statements by mail anymore. And if people are subscribing to the e-billing, then we can suppress the printing of those bills. So that's less time, less paper, less money to spend on sending out those statements and receipts and bills. Your customers will be able to access a complete transaction history. They can also do online payments, so they can do that from anywhere. They can do it from their phone in their office, or if they're lying in bed in the morning, oh, I got my e-bill, I should pay that now. So they can do it from pretty much anywhere without having to come to the office or go to the post office or and so on. Customers can also set up pre-authorized payments on their own with whatever pre-authorized payment programs that your staff would be able to make available to them. So they set up what they want, and then your customers will select that, and then be responsible for maintaining their own banking information in their own secure account. On the service requests and 311 tools, we do support the creation of custom forms for whatever you need. There is going to be automated application handling that will be available in the future. And as I mentioned, we do continuous improvement. So you have these applications, you will be receiving these applications, and any of the future development and future functions and processes, they will be included and they will be part of those applications with no additional fees. So when we're submitting a request for your service or an application form or a complaint, you can set it up to auto-assign to specific staff or departments. You can also redirect the service requests through the 311 to external agencies or organizations. So if, Brian is getting complaints about somebody has an exotic pet that's gotten loose, that's really a provincial ministry responsibility within the township, as I understand it. So that's something that you can, instead of, having that 311 interface leading to a complaint form within the township, that can lead them directly to that ministry contact information, and then they can contact them accordingly. As I showed in some of the screenshots, you can link to work orders with automated notifications of work order status updates, which is great so that your customers can be notified of changes. They're not seeing the ins and outs of the work order side of things, but they are just being notified of changes in status. You are also able to communicate directly with customers on the individual complaint or service request that was received through the e-services interface as well. Your staff are also able to log complaints and service requests on behalf of customers in the same system and link to those customers, as we saw a connection to Robert. So that means everything that's coming in, whether that's email, someone comes to complain at the front desk, someone calls in, someone might talk to you, one of you as an elected officials of the township, you would be able to refer that to staff, and then they can log that complaint accordingly in the same place as individuals who would be logging their own requests for services and complaints. We also have a lot of dashboards and reporting tools that can be utilized by the staff to kind of see first reporting time, first response time, and then I guess the time that it's open for closure of those requests that have been submitted. So that's my little spiel. Do you guys have any questions on the introductory deck? All I'm going to do now is just do a quick snapshot of what the applications look in a live environment, just in a demo environment, and just so that you can see what they look like from both the staff side as well as the citizen side. Do you guys have any questions for me before I do that? I'm going to use this second to take a sip of coffee.
I have just one question. Are you app-based for phones, for phone people, or are you just internet and a website based for our clients to log in?
So your staff would have access to the phone information through Town Suite, but there's no phone capabilities within the software.
No, that's not what I meant. Are you, do you have an app basically that people will put on their phone to get in quickly?
Yeah, we don't have an app. We have a browser-based interface. So, your customers, we do have an app for staff, but we do not have an app right now for your citizens and stakeholders. It would be a browser-based interface.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I see our accountant at the table nodding his head in affirmation a lot of times in your presentation, so he must be impressed with him.
Yeah, I like to hope so. I think that, we have I know that your team and Brian are very excited to get things going. So, there's going to be a major change in, I guess, the quality of the work that they do using a software that's reliable and connected. And, so that's how I understand things from Brian. I'm going to.
You can proceed now. There's no more questions from the table.
Okay. That sounds great. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to sign in. So this is the interface. Well, let me go back one step. So this would be kind of a link from your website. So this would have all the, now this is the demo environment. So we are seeing some of the recreation elements that are included in my demo environment. But any of the applications that you do have available, they would be visible here with these stock photos to get started with. You guys can update any of these images as you feel, as you need. All of our email templates, the automated emails that will go out with anything that's happening in Town Suite, they are also customizable by your team to include the messages and the information that you want. So this logo would be obviously yours. We sign in and we can see the logo would also be yours. We also have an image and a message, and that would also be whatever you want that to be. It can be updated as frequently as you want. So when the time comes to launch the customer portal, the e-services portal, we kind of have a one-stop shop for all of the online services available for TownSuite. And the reason we don't have an app for your citizens is just citizens use all different kinds of devices. So to be able to support all those different apps for all those different platforms, we made it a business decision several years back to really focus on just app functionality, mobile app functionality for staff tools, including the work order tasks, service requests, building inspections, and also the recreation side of things too. So that's why we did that, just kind of to maintain an app for everybody. It's a little bit of a that may happen in the future, but as we continue to move everything towards a more mobile friendly environment, that is a decision that we did make many years ago. So what's going to happen in TownSuite Financial, the accounting program, you can actually set up activation keys that can be printed on your first bill that you're going to print and send out to all of your property owners or utility billing customers, or just a miscellaneous kind of printout to send to all of your customers to give them a pre-verified account setup code. They can go in, log in, set up their code, and then they're in to view all their account information. So I'm just going to sign in as an administrator here, and then I'm going to haul over another window that I have open with just a citizen view. So this has a lot of information. We can see kind of a news feed of all the things that are happening. This is me, all my service requests, all my tax bills. Obviously, events registered is not relevant here in this instance, in this scenario, but I can also see how much money I owe. But I can see all these different applications and administration tools. So before I go any further, I want to show Robert's account. So Robert is a citizen, and citizens don't have access to all the admin tools and anything like that. And you can see this looks exactly the same as the environment I just logged into. So he can only see a few certain things because he is not able to access any of the administration tools. So when your staff were going to post their bills, or post any miscellaneous bill, then me as a customer, I'll receive an email notification say, hey, Sarah, your bill is ready. You can put in the amount of the bill. That's something that can be added. We're not sending the bills as an attachment from a security perspective. That's a big no-no for cybersecurity. You want to protect your customers. You can have your office secured to the hilt, but Joe down the road, he gets an email and, oh, well, he's got malware and all kinds of stuff on his computer. And so they might grab his personal information from any attached information that would have been sent by email. So we don't do that. But they will get an email, say, hey, your e-bill has been delivered. I can log in, click on my e-bills. I can see my actual bill. I can see any other charges that have been there, if there's utility bills that are there. And these are the current bills. But I can also hop down here and see all of my history. So all of my previous tax bills, I can see the whole history of that and view them. I can see my whole history of miscellaneous invoices, my utility invoices, and my current balance report. I'm also able to set up, as I mentioned, my own pre-authorized payment plan, and not just show you how this. So this gives your customers the responsibility to maintain that information on their own instead of having it, coming into the office or sending it by email and then having that existing, on paper or out in the, the internet somewhere on emails from Joe down the road's email. That's not really secure. So this gives them the ability to set up this pre-authorized payment plan request. Nothing is automatic. That would be submitted to the town and then to the township, and then the staff would approve that or deny it. So this is all configurable by you with the plans that are going to be made available to your customers. So if you accept post-dated checks, I can see that. If you're doing consumption-based utility billing, then you can see your utility consumption, and then I can also see receipts. What we've had some of our customers do, they used to print receipts for everybody and send them out, and now it's like, nope, if you want a receipt, you can create an e-services account, and then you can get it from there because we're not printing any more receipts. So as I did also mention, we do have the ability to pay bills online with integrated payment processors. So that is something that gives them the ability to, any time of the day they can log in. 2 o'clock in the morning, 5 p.m., lunchtime. They don't have to come to the office, but they can come online. And maybe they don't live near the municipality, and they can do that from anywhere that they are currently residing or vacationing or whatever. So something else on the account side is, you know, your customers would have the ability to change the preferences, what they're going to be getting in terms of email. What do I want to get? What do I don't want to get? That's an option that is required for Canadian anti-spam legislation. I also have the ability in here to come and view as a citizen, as a property owner, my mailing address. So I can see that mailing address that's on file. I can put in, you know, a request to change that. I also can here enable e-billing. So what that will do is automatically suppress the printing of those bills and statements and everything else that would be printed in a batch process in TownSuite Financial, unless the municipality chooses to print them. And sometimes we do recommend that, depending on, you know, how many accounts you have, how new it is to be implemented. So that would be just, you know, something that you would determine with the implementation team, you know, giving you advice on what to do there. So on the other side of the e-services, we do have all of the e-billing. We also then have our service requests. So the service requests, if I want to go in, this is as a citizen, I can go and create a new one. I can just put in, I can use the 311. I'm going to show the 311 interface separately. And the 311 interface is totally configurable by you, for you, you know, to also embed it in your website. So you don't require a login to be able to access those tools. So I can come in and log in and put in a complaint about something happened somewhere in the municipality, or there's a giant pothole on my road. You know, pothole season isn't for the big bad pothole season isn't here for 6 months or so, but you know, you can put in a request for or a complaint or an application form for anything that you want. So if I'm going to just switch this back to my admin view, because I wanted to show you as well how, as a staff person, so while you're not going to get everybody, you know, in the municipality, of course, to subscribe to e-services, but from the 311 side of things, I can put in a complaint for something and link it to somebody else. So I can, you know, as Sarah, the staff person, I can come in and I can create this service request and I can link it to Barbara. And then I have the address, any of the information that can be pulled from the customer information in TownSuite Financial. So on the service request side, I can see, you know, I have a lot of visibility here on a lot of things where I am an administrator in my demonstration environment, but I can see filters. The other thing that we have down here is complaints. I can see a dashboard. So if I just look at the last quarter, let's say the last year, that I can see all the, you know, the stats of open tickets, closed tickets, pending, solved. And then I have these little views that also you can break down your types of complaints and your service requests by labels or categories. So then I can actually put in, you know, see this here, I can click on this and see a view of all the complaints related to playgrounds, or all the complaints related to potholes. So that is a great way to kind of zero in on specific types of complaints, and you guys can organize all of your categories and labels so that you're able to track that in the way that you want to. We can see first reply times and then time to completion. So the time that service request would have been completed and closed, and then the customer, if they had submitted it themselves, could have been notified of that. So over on the 311, this can be embedded. This is embedded on one of our own web pages that we maintain. And actually, in fact, we use it ourselves for all of our requests from a sales perspective. It is also connected to, you know, we do have the ability to connect that as well to our support department, but we primarily try to focus this on, you know, people who are looking for more information about TownSuite. And I got a couple this week already from Ontario, one from Alberta, one from BC, and one from Nova Scotia. But here, this is an example of the 311 form widget that we use on our own website. But one of the examples that I can use here, I liked in that it is going to be a recreation example, but I just wanted to show you how we're sending out to external links. So I want to register for swimming events. This is a hashed link of things that don't, you know, we're not directing them to a form that's going to collect information. We're sending them to an external link, you know, that's going to bring them to other information that it's not necessarily part of the 311 or the service request component. If I want to go back here and, you know, report, you know, a pothole issue, I can see a pothole. I can have a custom form. This custom form is created by you in our form editor tools in the e-services administration tools. And I can require a location. I can ask people to rate the severity. I can ask people for a picture. So, you know, this gives a lot of flexibility in actually monitoring the information that's going to be submitted that you are requiring, because you can require specific information. If I go up here and show, say, maybe an enforcement, this is a totally different form. Again, these forms are created by you and maintained by you. That information will all be collected and then included in the service request that would have been received. So one of the examples that I showed in my little slide deck was an injury complaint. And regardless of whether you have the recreation stuff or not, this injury complaint is not really relevant to that. It's a form collecting information about an event that happened within the municipality, and I'm complaining because my kid got hurt on a fence. So this actually shows the whole timeline of back and forth information between me as a citizen and the municipality. I can see, you know, changes. I can see an mobile upload that was uploaded by a staff person. Any updates to this, I could close it. I can reopen it. That will actually display the entire timeline if I choose to view it. And we can do internal comments. I can change the labels. I can reassign it from within the municipality. And then I can see up top as well, we are linked to a work order task. So as the status of the work order task changes, then that will automatically notify your customers. So that's probably all I had to show today. Just a very quick view of some of the applications that we are going to be implementing that the township will be having available for your citizens, your stakeholders, that they will be able to engage with, without having to leave the comfort of the home if they don't want to. But they can still come into the office, and then you guys can still handle, those over-the-counter complaints using the same tools that they will be able to access as well. Do you guys have any questions?
I do have one, and it's in regards to the citizen dashboard.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go down, there's probably some things that don't apply here, one being the utility bills.
Yep. So that wouldn't be visible. So anything you don't have, if you don't have utilities, and that would not, this is on the, this is Robert's citizen account. So if you do not do utility bills, then that wouldn't be visible to your citizens. They would only see tax bills and miscellaneous. Yeah.
Thanks. And then I just wanted to complement this as risk management background with the dashboards and things available. That'll be great. However, it's only as good as what the input is. So having said that, I think we as counselors, when we get complaints, should be real quick to log in and write a quick description. So.
Yep. And I mean, if it's up to, you, how you want to use that, if you as council will be able to access and submit your own complaints on behalf, I mean, it's really configurable to how you want to use it within the municipality. So these are decisions that you can make of how you want to utilize these tools. For sure.
I'm just thinking that a lot of complaints come to not only us verbally, but also the township staff.
Yep.
And, that's great that they should all be put in one place.
Absolutely. And there's no pieces of paper, telephone messages, emails floating around. Everything can be put in here. Whatever way it's received, if it's on a piece of paper or comes in by an email, it then can be entered in this single system, and you can see everything that's there and categorize that accordingly. Yeah. Absolutely.
I have a question, probably more for staff than for you, but it looks to me like the goal is eventually to become completely electronic with no more paper billing. And we are an aging community, like the average age is 57 years old. There's a lot of people aren't going to buy into this. So I see that we're going to be duplicating the service rather than cutting it in half.
No, I think the expectation is that I'm hopeful we'll see 30+% that'll uptake the electronic billing side of it. The rest of them are still going to get their bill the same as always. There's no duplication. If they don't opt to get an electronic bill, they're going to get a paper bill. If they opt to get a paper bill, they won't get an electronic bill. So they're only going to get the bill one way. But I think from a service level perspective, because that's part of our reporting requirements going forward in 25. We're going to be able to say that because The intent is that that 311 system will be used for all complaints and all issues that come in. It doesn't matter whether they're coming to staff from council or from a member of the public or whether they're putting it in. As you can see, there's a tracking mechanism there. We can see when that complaint came in, who responded to it, when they responded to it. And it provides that follow-up and the closure. I think that some of you at council over the years have asked for is to be, well, we tell you about this, but what happened to it? So this is how we're going to close the loop on a lot of those things. But we're going to be able to say the service level standard in our municipal statute says we shall repair that pothole of a certain size in a certain period of time. And we've now been able to say we met that standard on 95% of the occasions, or we're going to be able to track everything from start to finish a little cleaner. And it's not going to involve a lot of additional work from a staff perspective. And in many ways, this is going to save us work because when you go to purchase something now, you create a purchase requisition. The purchase requisition will then be tied to an invoice that comes in, which everything kind of ties together right through to the payment. So it's going to make us a lot cleaner, a lot more seamless, and a lot more accountable. But it's also going to give council the information they need to be able to say, when they call me and say, well, Brian, whatever happened to that beaver dam problem we had, I can go back and say, well, there was 4 communiques with the property owner that was complaining about it. And the last status on that was that the town guys have been in there and they broke it open. And here's the timeline on it. So we're going to be able to provide you with better feedback on what's happening, because now it's not going to be in my journal in our prior and you're asking Stephen about it. Or it's in Stephen's journal at the Public Works Garage and you're asking me about it. We'll be able to look these things up and answer the questions when you call.
Yeah. Can I make a comment too on the billing side? Because it's actually one process. So we're not duplicating effort. If you have customers that have subscribed to e-billing, it's still the same single process is going to happen by the staff in the office. They're going to post the bills. Your e-services customers will be almost immediately getting a notification, and then they'll just go and print the bills. And then they'll just print whatever, is going to be not like a suppressed bill from the e-services subscription to the e-billing side. So receipting as well, like anybody who's paying online, nobody has to enter those receipts. They're automatically done. We're going to be having, a report that you can run the next morning. Say, let's see my deposit report from, yesterday, November the 14th, and see all the transactions that have been processed up to 11:59 p.m. the day before. So we're not duplicating anything. If anything, TownSuite seeks to have a once and done. We deal with it once. We don't have to do it again. There's no duplication of anything. Anytime you're using spreadsheets or pieces of paper outside the software, our whole focus is to try to make things as streamlined, as connected as possible for all of our customers. And we have about 200 municipal customers across Canada. So, in all different sizes, all different complexities. So that's really what we're all about, is trying to minimize the duplication of things to make it as streamlined and as seamless as possible. That's our whole objective for you as our customers.
You're not addressing duplication in the same manner that I meant it. I meant, okay. You're saying you're not going to have to do a paper bill and an electronic bill at the same time. I'm saying you're going to have to do electronic bills and paper bills.
But when we generate the bill, it will generate to the printer where necessary, and it'll automatically email the others, so that there's no duplication there.
Well, that's true. You're doing two different services.
And we're not, when receipts, if people make their payments in the portal, and this is the key right now, probably 80% of our customers, maybe more, make their payment online. They go on and they make their payment to the bank, and then we get a faxed piece of paper that my staff now have to key that 14 to 16 digit code in and hope they don't make a mistake and key in an amount. If they pay it instead of going on to their online banking, if they go into this portal, it will automatically update their account, just like if you made a deposit into your bank account. It'll automatically update that. Staff won't have to touch it, and there's no chance that somebody keys that in against the wrong account. And a large amount of staff time is spent, especially at tax time, manually keying in all of these entries. And don't get me wrong, we're not infallible. And keying errors happen, whether that's $130 payment that becomes a $310 payment, or whether that's an account 123 that becomes 132. These things happen occasionally, and this will eliminate a lot of that. Do we expect a lot of people taking it? No. I expect that we should get 30+% will uptake it. And the rest, we're still gonna have to deal with manual entries. But it is gonna take away some of the work from us, and it's gonna give us that tracking mechanism for reporting on levels of service, which is a requirement of the province.
I guess it's the pessimist in me, but I don't think you're eliminating any work. You're just moving it to another person. You're moving it to the customer now instead of the office. No?
Some customers do, some customers want to do that though, so.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Again, I go back to the average age in our township is 57 years old.
Yeah, and that, we have a lot of customers with a similar demographic, so it just ranges. So, but you get 30% sign up, then that does help in the office for sure.
20 years from now, it'll probably be 100% buy-in.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. You're ready for that. You will be. And you will also have all the updates that we've submitted to and deployed up to that point.
The staff will, the people paying the bills will.
Well, they'll see updates in all of the services that you guys provide through us too. So there's always improvements.
Well, yeah, that's usually what it is. The same thing with the financial industry, when they started doing online payments and that, it just takes a long time. COVID was a big help because people couldn't go to the branches. So more people signed up for the online banking.
But I pay all of my bills online.
Yes.
Virtually all of them, 100% of them. Like, I'm not apt to change that. Like, I'm 72 years old. I don't like change at all. No.
Nobody likes change, regardless of their age. So it's hard. Change is hard. But
It's constant.
So when are we gonna be launching this program?
My hope, and I'm gonna just kind of put it out there, is that by the end of first quarter, we will have the customer side ready to start. But I wanted to give, especially since there's, a number of you that weren't here when we went, when the last council gave authorization to proceed with acquiring the software. I wanted to bring this forward now. We're getting close, that hopefully by the end of the year, we're gonna be operational from a staff perspective. And then we'll start working on rolling out the customer side of things sometime in the new year, but I'm hoping to be implemented by the end of first quarter. But that will depend on making sure that timing and everything works. I mean, we've got Christmas shutdown, we've got audit, we've got all kinds of stuff happening operationally. So the hope is till by the end of first quarter. And this was kind of an introduction to give residents who are watching this the opportunity to start talking about what's coming, and start asking questions and have an idea of where we're going, in the new year.
As for council, are we gonna be schooled on this, on how to operate this system, so that when the public asks us for help, we're gonna be able to help them out?
Certainly from a customer portal perspective, I mean, we'll certainly show you how you can use your own portals, so you know how to get in there, show you how those 311s work. We can do a training session on that. I'm quite certain that won't be hard to set up with Randy, Sarah, at some point once we get there. But yeah, I'm sure we'll be able to at least educate council. And then there's gonna be an education process needed for the residents. Some of them that are computer savvy will be just right on it.
Yep.
Some of them may say, can I come into the office and can you walk me through this? Once they're set up, pretty simple, they just have to be able to log in. And as long as they've got their regular device that they're logging into, they can save their passwords if they want or whatever, so.
So this will replace the township website right now, or
No,
it'll be
no,
two
this
different
is just
separate?
linked into our website. This is, the South Algonquin, it's part of our website. It's southalgonquin.eservices.ca or something like that, or eservices.southalgonquin.ca. So it'll still be there, but it'll be a link on our page that you click for access for the residents.
And you could put specific links to the e-bills, and people will log in just looking at that e-bill selection that we have here. or, you know, put in a request for something or other. So you could have specific links wherever that would be relevant throughout your website, and they can be placed wherever you want to link to specific areas within the e-services portal.
I think that this would be a wonderful opportunity to bring the two libraries on board and the skills of the librarians to help people out and show them. I think that it would get people into the libraries, most definitely.
Yeah, and I mean, from a staff perspective, the librarians will be involved at the very least to the extent that they're going to be using it for their payroll system, so that they're getting paid. That's the system they'll use. So they'll be familiar with it from that. We'll certainly give them some education because they're really the ones that are dealing with our residents on a day-to-day basis in the library. And they're always continually helping them with how to use and how to do things on the computer. So that'll certainly be a good idea. Yes, we'll make sure that we bring on both libraries in that case as well.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Sarah.
Thank
for your
you.
presentation.
I just took a screenshot to I'm just telling you why. I have a picture of my daughter painted, so I have it there. I'm just going to send it to her. It's the only reason I took a screenshot that just popped up there, just to let you know. Anyway, thank you very much for the invitation. It was really great to show you some of the work that we're doing, the great work that we're doing with your township, and the great work that reflecting some of the other great work that we do all across Canada. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, if we can move on now to number 6 on the agenda, which is unfinished business. Does anybody have any unfinished business? Does staff have any unfinished business?
I don't think so at the moment.
I
No.
just wanted to bring up the last meeting that we had on asset management. We talked about the plan and how it was presented to us. We had that, people that remember their names.
The strategic plan you're talking about?
No, this was the asset management plan.
Dillon Consulting, with their asset management plan, yes.
It sounds like we probably have some work to do on that one. In that mapping out our assets and sort of making a forecast from a budget perspective or a replacement perspective. Are we waiting for strategic planning, or are we waiting for something to get started on that?
No, in 2024 as part of our budget, we will be doing the financial forecasting that's required, the long range forecasting and the financial planning associated with the requirements for that plan. Stephen will have items within that plan that are being brought forward. When we're gonna change the way we do budget a little this year. So when we have our budget, initial consultation with council on the budget this year, here's the asset management plan requirements and everything else for next year will be brought forward for council to be aware of. And council can make the decisions where money should go or shouldn't go. And then we'll take that back and reassess the total capital projects. And then we'll bring it back as a budget, and council can then decide whether or not they want to do some more cuts or whether they want to add, or whether everything's fine the way it is when it comes back.
So what you're saying is the plan or the presentation that was provided to us will be looked at in the new year
Yes.
and setting it out.
Stephen's
more
working on it right now.
Great, thank you.
Anything else under unfinished business? No? Okay, we'll move on to new business. The first thing under new business is the draft parking bylaw. Hoping that everybody's had a chance to look at this. I'll give my opinion and then I'll ask for opinions. I think it's over complicated. And far broader than what I think we require. Traditionally, we put up a couple of signs, there's no parking in the turnarounds in the winter times, so the snowplow can turn around. And this is quite a bit more complex than that. So I think somewhere in the middle is what we actually require. I noticed one of them is parking on the street, one of them was parking on, in front of a church. And is it St. Anthony's up on Church Street there? There is no alternative other than parking on the street. There's no parking lot at that facility at all. So I kind of like that one thrown out completely.
Has there been a parking bylaw in the past?
No,
Okay, this
So the
is brand
township
new.
currently has no prohibitions on parking within our own municipal statutes. They've attempted to rely on the Highway Traffic Act, which technically is only applicable against provincial highways and not those of the municipal jurisdiction. Which is why we started working on bringing something forward to restrict parking to a degree, specifically, and probably the biggest challenge is in the wintertime when the guys are trying to plow and having vehicles parked on the street that they're now gonna plow around, or they're gonna possibly accidentally hit, and now we've got, you know, lawsuits for damages or otherwise. So I think the snow removal probably was the key catalyst that, how are we gonna address this? So we put together, and this is something I worked on before, so it's been a regurgitation of one I brought forward in other places before. It can be modified to whatever extent council would like. It was my starting point. I said, you know, I need somewhere to start. And if council wants me to rip half the bylaw apart, I'm more than happy to rip half of it apart. But I figured this was a start at least.
I didn't have any problems with it. It's quite extensive, as Joe said, and probably most of it's not applicable, but it could be in the future, and then you'd have to go back and revise, jig some of the things, so. Somebody made a comment that they may want to consider revising the municipal operations for, it was 706, it was done in red. And that was vehicles parked on any part of the street, highway, or boulevard within the township above the hours. And like everybody just said, that it's usually because of snow removal. And we don't do snow removal at night.
So we don't do night snow.
That whoever did the comment could put it there.
quite often the snow plows are out like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. They're more common than not that they're out working before 7 o'clock in the morning. And I think I would never just say, no, we don't do that, because there's always going to be that circumstance
Where you're out.
where we are.
And then the other comment was about the towing charge, and that was 10.02. And it was a little confusing even as I looked at it. It looked like the municipal office would collect the cash for that. Would there be two different things? Is there a parking bylaw fee that they would have to pay, and then of course they would pay their own towing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we had an instance of that here in town over the course of the summer
Yeah, somebody was towed.
in front of the
in
fire
front of the
hall.
fire.
Yeah.
So they would have had a fee from the municipal office for violating the.
Yeah, there'd be a fine. So the intent would be, once council's satisfied with the bylaw, then short form wording would be created and sent off to the provincial justice office. They then approve that, and then we'd have what they call set fines, which are part ones instead of part threes. And the part one orders, then the bylaw officer can just write the fine and put it on your windshield and walk away. Where a part three order, it means that you've got to go down to the courthouse, you've got to get the court, swear before a judge, and then you've got to come back and issue the fine or an order to appear, and then you've got to go appear in court with them. And by the time you pay for all of that, running back and forth to Bancroft or Killaloe, whichever courts you're using, you probably are never collecting your fine. So set fines are the way, in my opinion and experience, to go, is you just issue a ticket for the $50 or whatever it is. I never send out I never approved the final bylaw until the short form wording's been approved. I did that one time 20 years ago. And the short form wording, 3 times I sent it back and 3 times they corrected it on me and sent it back. So then we had to rewrite the bylaw. So now I send it down for pre-approval to Toronto. Toronto pre-approves the wording and then we bring the bylaw forward for final approval. So it's not a short process to get there, but this was our attempt at starting somewhere.
What happens if they don't pay the $50 part 1 ticket?
When they don't pay part 1, it gets registered against plate denial. So we have access to the ARIS system and we register that ticket. There's time frames for registering the ticket. You register the ticket and it gets registered against the plate for plate denial. So when they go to renew their license plate, because even though you're not paying, you're still legally obligated annually to renew your license plate or every 2 years, whichever you've signed up for. And if you don't, if you go to renew it and you've got an outstanding fine, they will not renew your plate. So you're driving with an invalid plate sticker then.
And that's another fine.
And that's a different fine to deal with for the OPP altogether.
I found the fine structure pretty low, like the fines were a lot lower than what I expected they would be. So I don't know how much of a deterrent it would be.
I just got one.
Did you?
Yes. It was $15. Of course, it was US and they waived it because it was my first offense, but.
It's pretty low. Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. I'm not saying that we should have higher fines, but there's a couple properties, not on the street that I live on, but on a street that I drive by all the time in Madawaska. People park on the street all the time. And it ticks me off all the time.
And who would implement this?
Well, I mean, that obviously we've only got one bylaw, chief building officer.
Right.
So Mike would be the one that would be having to deal with the tickets, right?
Right.
And issuing the tickets. And to me, that's, I don't think we go looking for tickets.
No,
But if he's out working in an area and he happens to see a violation, then he should be writing a ticket. Or if somebody calls and says, I've got a complaint, then obviously, like all of our bylaws, we're complaint based and off we go to
Right.
deal with it.
and I personally walk on Poverty Lake Road during winter. And I am parking on the road. And I'm not the only one. There's many people that walk up and down that road. There used to be a nice man that would go and plow the one area so that we could. He wasn't township staff, but again, those are things that you're gonna find, so that people park somewhere because they're going to walk.
Well, and I think that the intent is to not obstruct the
Snowplow.
snowplow when it's out. That's the
Yeah.
biggest concern, I know a couple of times guys have had problems at turnarounds.
Yes.
I know that since I've been here, there was one vehicle that got clipped at a turnaround. And then the person's mad at us.
Right.
Well, what were you supposed to do? I gotta plow the snow, and when you're doing a turnaround, especially at some of these lakes, you've gotta wing that back, because if you don't wing that back, well, now you've lost that space, right?
Right.
I'm in complete sympathy with our plow operators. These cottagers that plan on coming in the wintertime should plan on snow removal, so they have someplace to park. And not on the township right away, so that the plows can turn around. So if the plows can't turn around, they can't plow the whole road, which can't get turned around. So the cottager can't get in anyways. I have a lot of sympathy for them, because you see it all the time.
There's an instance on Mackenzie Lake South Road where there is no place to park. At least on the North Road where I live, there is the boat launch parking where people can park while they access their cottage or their hunt camp for that matter, right? But on the South Road, there's no place for them to park. So when people go to their cottage in the wintertime, they're there at the snowplow turnaround. So I don't know what the answer to that is.
Well, there must be a driveway off the turnaround, isn't
There is, but it's only gets plowed so far for the one single resident that lives there full time. And they do that on their own, right? Of course. But yeah, they only go so far and then that's where they go. So I don't know what the answer to that is. We can't build a parking lot, right? So there's gotta be some sort of, cause I know I'm gonna get flack over this.
And some of those areas, I don't know, Stephen probably can chat with the guys, over there. Maybe between them, they can come up with some concept or idea that will work that's not gonna hinder the snow operation, because really that's one of our few services that we ensure people have all winter long, is that they can get in and out of their roads and get to where they need to go. And if we can't get a plow down there, then, or God forbid, a fire truck down there, then we've got a bigger problem.
Some of the snowplow turnarounds are tiny to begin with. And I think over time, we've gotta make those bigger so the trucks can actually get turned around in them. So it should be easy to see which areas are problematic and you start by fixing those turnarounds first, eh?
Right.
Mhm.
And a place to park, so that might be something to look at as well. I know I might look into it and see if it's feasible or possible for us to do it, but I guarantee you it's crown.
The township owns road along, so like a little bit there that you could take advantage of. Like down on Gaffney Road at the end, that's probably the worst turnaround that I've seen in the township. So that's one that we're starting to look at, getting some trees removed.
Right.
At least making a bigger size turnaround, because once the snow gets built up,
It gets smaller and smaller.
it gets smaller and smaller.
It's small to green.
Mhm.
But if the people access, where do they park in the summertime, Sean? Do they access that parking?
They can drive to their cottages, because.
So there is a drive, so they could plow the driveway. Or a
They
portion
could,
of
they
it.
wish to, yes.
Yeah, so it's not, it's the owner's fault if he has no place to park, because he refuses to plow
Mhm.
or pay somebody to plow.
What about the water access people?
Well, where do
They
they
can't
park?
get there
They
anyway,
don't,
can
there's
they?
no water access from South Mackenzie Road.
Well, there is, and there is a trail that a lot of the cottagers over in that part of the lake use. So in the wintertime, they park their vehicles there at the South Road, because it's a small, some cottagers even walk over to their cottages when the ice is not thick enough to take a vehicle across, but thick enough to walk across. And I've seen that. So for them to park at the boat launch, it would take them half the day to get across the lake on foot. Right. So, yeah,
How many are we talking about here?
half a dozen
Okay.
So they access it from the boat launch in the summertime.
in the summer.
By boat.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess there's always different extenuating circumstances, isn't there?
Mhm.
Yeah, so the only other answer is to make the parking lot bigger, but still, you know, if one person parks on the left side and the other person parks on the right side, you come in there with plow. You're basically.
Yeah,
screwed. You gotta back
you're
up.
in trouble, yes. But there is a little spot that I know of. That could be cleared for parking, we designate that for parking for them, so that they are not parking at the turnaround. So whether the snowplow comes in and plows them in, if you're in that parking lot, we can go clear that at a later point in time, right?
Yeah, I guess we just have to treat each one individually.
You would have to look at it for sure, yes. Yes. So I just wanted to make that point.
Okay, so what's the opinion of council? You're ready to accept this bylaw the way it's presented, or do you want to pick it apart and make some changes in it?
I'm guilty, and I'd like to make that clear that I haven't reviewed this. I haven't had time to review it, and I'd like to have the time to review it and then pick it apart.
Come back?
No,
Yeah.
not totally pick it apart, but pick it apart.
Well, section 6 has two same paragraphs, marked 601 and 602.
They're the same?
Read them 3 times and I keep going gaga. I went, wait a minute, these are the exact same.
Yeah, so it has to be cleaned up. you know.
When would you like council, would you like this table to come back till?
When is our next meeting, our next asset management meeting? Or can we do it before that? Because we're gonna have to do something before snow gets.
I think we ought to bring this up in a council meeting.
Our next meeting is December.
Yeah.
The 6th is our regular meeting.
Mhm.
And then the question is whether or not we have sufficient to go the week before Christmas, or whether we're gonna be the new year.
I'd be happy to see this come up for a council meeting. With it cleaned up and to jump on it quickly, because the snow can fly anytime now.
Absolutely.
I think it's
Well,
quite important.
We can, make modifications after the second reading of the bylaw, correct?
Yep.
So your recommendation is to pass this draft?
At the December meeting.
Okay.
And that would give us an opportunity between now and December, it would give us 2 weeks to have a look at it and make modifications after the second reading.
So
And then
first reading would be December?
we'd have all 3 readings at the same time, but after the first and second reading, then it's open for discussion. We could make modifications and then pass it. And it would be in effect for 95% of the way.
I'm all in favour of an all-encompassing bylaw, because it will leave stuff out otherwise, but this does cover probably more than what we need. But I'd rather it be that way than not enough.
Right.
And probably only a tiny portion of it will be relevant. But if we've got an all-encompassing bylaw in place, it should cover all eventualities.
What about this section where it discusses parking on the street in front of churches? I don't know exactly where that is now, but I did see it when I went through it before.
Well, I think the reason that's been put in there, in case you've got a funeral or you've got a disabled person, or you've got even a wedding, that's where I think that probably arises from. I mean, if someone is parking and you've got a funeral cortege arriving, and I mean, that's not funny, is it? You know, when they're down the road.
So it's not made,
12,
what was it?
5.12. In front of or opposite to the entrance to any church while persons are assembled and within 1/2 hour immediately preceding or following such assemblages.
Yeah, so that restricts people that are going to church from parking in front of the church.
We just ask them to park just a little way away.
The Anglican church in Whitney, there is no alternate parking. You have to park on the street.
But you don't have to park
It means half an hour before and half an hour
in front of the church. You can
No, you can't.
stagger it a little bit, can't you?
No. There's private residences on both sides, and very limited parking there.
Joe, excuse me. It says in front of or opposite of the entrance to any church while persons are assembled and within 1/2 hour immediately preceding or following such assembly.
I know what the intent is. The intent is to keep people from parking there interfering with the church proceedings.
Right.
But it has the opposite effect, unless we do something with the wording, that the people that go to church can't park there.
Mhm.
Opposite of the entrance.
They can park there when there's no assembly, but they can't park there when the church is there.
Well, you got a half an hour before and half an hour after.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
So you gotta go to church 31 minutes before the proceedings to be legal to park in front of the church.
Well, I think too, the way it's worded, it says the entrance.
I
That's
think it's
just
just
the
the
entrance.
entrance.
I know. So,
Okay.
so it's only the one guy that parks right in front that's violating the other.
Yeah, well,
30 are.
in front of the entrance or across from you.
The other churches in
Or
in
stem-
South Algonquin all have parking lots.
Yeah.
So it's not a problem,
So
but that one does not.
I can remove section 512 if that's what's, makes it more desirable and simple.
It would be covered underneath, parking on the street, right? Anyways, if there was somebody,
Cause I know some big funerals and
there.
some big weddings, even in Madawaska, for instance, right? People are parked down both sides of the highway.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so I don't know, is that a violation of this bylaw as well too?
Well, I think, like I said, I think there's gotta be some common sense that gets applied.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
When you got a wedding with 300 people in a church, you can't expect them all to be parked in a parking lot that has parking for 10 cars.
Right.
Mm.
And it's a one-off, right?
That's right.
I agree, you could remove it.
Okay. I'll remove 512.
And either 601 or 602, they're both the same.
And then just, all right, going back to somebody's comment there in regards to the time during midnight and 7. Is that hours, are those hours reasonable?
Midnight and 5 AM, maybe?
I remember many years ago, we got a parking violation ticket because we were parked the wrong way round.
Yep.
On a rock.
Mhm.
That we weren't blocking anything, doing anything, but the vehicle was the wrong way round overnight. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it was a residential street, you know, but we got a ticket for it.
Well, my ticket recent was because I parked in a parking spot that there was no parking between the hours of, 3 and 6 AM. And it was 3:03, I think, when they gave me the ticket. Somebody was bored that day or night or whatever. And I knew I was not in a good spot, but there was nowhere else to park.
And that midnight and 7 AM may have been, the logic I think that was originally behind that was simply that if you park there at midnight, the odds are you're not gonna be gone at 5 AM when the
Right.
plow comes out. So by not being there at midnight, the odds are you're not gonna be there at 5 AM when the plow does go out to clear the road. But that doesn't circumvent the possibility of you parking there later on in the day.
Right.
And the plow may not have got there yet.
So would a blanket statement saying that during the winter months that there's no parking allowed on the streets?
Yeah, period, and take the time right out of it completely. Because the plow may be there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah,
What we used to use, I think, was from from November 15th till March 15th, I believe was the timeline that they used to put on, no street parking.
right. And that's reasonable.
And that was, I think, was the timeline I historically had.
Everywhere else you go, that's what you expect to see. I mean, our residents want us to plough, they want us to keep the roads clean. That's our service intention to them. They've got to support this. We can't expect our plough drivers to be out at 5 in the morning doing in and out around people's vehicles. That's ridiculous.
So do we just quite simply give even this one in November to March, no parking on the street? Is that?
I would start a little earlier than March the 29th,
Yeah,
maybe the 15th, like today.
leave it the 15th and the 15th. Would that work, Joe?
Well, I don't know, March the 15th is a little early, lots of times we get snow later than that.
April's been the worst.
I would say April 15th, from November 15th to April 15th.
April 15th?
And obviously, if there's no snow on the ground, there's no problem.
Right.
Yeah, I think we should run into a.
And maybe we could add the caveat, I know I did this in one other bylaw one time, was that when there's a forecast in excess of 5 centimeters or a forecast in excess of 10 centimeters of snow. And that takes away we're allowing you to park on days where it's clear and no chance of it snowing. But if there's a chance of 10 centimeters of snow, the plows are gonna come out, therefore, we want you off the street.
Yeah, whatever is in our other, I forget what the bylaw is called, but where we have our standards of plowing. Wherever that is, whatever that is, that would be good to include in this one. And I think it's,
They're referred to.
is it,
It's
is it
here.
10 centimeters?
I think it's 10 centimeters.
In the past, is it always, 1 or 2 streets all the time that cause problems? Or,
I think it's variable. I think some of the biggest ones are the turnarounds. I think we have some issues here on Ottawa Street on a somewhat regular basis. I think sometimes we've had other issues around the community, and like I said, it just, we're not tech. The biggest issue we have is that we really don't have any way of, when someone calls right now, technically, we don't have any enforcement. And depending on how they change the policing services model, there may be opportunity to, I know when I was in Borisha, we had contract policing, section 10 versus section 7. And police actually had the authority to issue my tickets for parking.
We can all parking from such a date to such a date on the streets. It's not completely fair to some people in the villages as well too, because say for instance, somebody's gonna have a Christmas party at their house. Right, they're gonna be lined up the street, so are they all in violation?
Well, and I think that those are some common sense things that have to come into play in enforcement, right? I mean, the reality is if we set a snow depth limit, that's gonna free up some time where they can be parked there. But I mean, if we're getting forecast for a foot of snow and you're having a Christmas Eve party, my guys are gonna be looking to plow that snow. So you're a problem, and that's the reality. This is what we're trying to avoid. Maybe you pull your car into the local parking lot and you shuttle everybody over. I know one year I had to do that. There's no parking on the street whatsoever from the middle of November till the end of March in our car. And I have parking in my yard for 2 cars and 1 in my garage. So we had a get together New Year's Eve one year and everybody parked at the shopping center and we shuttled them over to the house. And then we had cabs shuttle them back if they were going home.
When I first read this, though, I mean, to me, this was a pretty standard thing that most municipalities have a no midnight to 7
Right.
thing, so it's pretty common, so.
Some big store parking lots have that same policy now too. You can't park there overnight during the snow season.
So
It's usually pretty common knowledge where the problems are, and the biggest problems for our plow operators is the turnarounds. In the wintertime, but there are some specific problems, like somebody mentioned Ottawa Street and Merton Street in Madawaska. There's 2 places there, they have a driveway for one and they have like 3 vehicles. You go by there, 90% of the time there's a vehicle parked on the road.
So if you make those changes, I think we probably would be all in agreement.
So
I think
what
so.
I'll do is I'll
Yeah.
have those changes made. I'll have it sent back out to everybody, and if everybody can take that few moments to just glance through it at that point. And if everything looks okay, I'll bring it forward to our meeting on the 6th.
So for 7:06, are we leaving in the midnight till 7?
I think we're taking the time out of it.
Yeah, that's what I understood, is we would take the time out of it.
And that
So even
reference.
during the day, you can't park.
If there's snow forecast.
Oh, if there's snow.
Yeah, when there's 10 centimeters of snow or more, forecast, right?
15th to April 15th.
And I mean, our staff are monitoring weather twice a day, this time of year. So they've got the weather reports. They've got something that verifies and validates that in fact it wasn't forecast in there.
Well, that's fine.
So then just going to that 10.02, there, the wording isn't great in regards to, payment.
Yeah, no, we'll clear that up, that the towing charges are not municipal, that the towing charges are paid to the tow company, because the tow company's gonna come pick it up and tow it away, and you want it out of the impound yard here, gonna have to pay them.
And then the fee or the charge or fine should be included in that too, right? That's-
Well, the fine itself will be a ticket on their windshield, right? The tow is an extra thing, that we have to have you towed.
Okay,
So this is not going to involve the bylaw office here, this is just gonna be complaint based.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you drive by and there's a problem that's visible, or one of my roads guys calls and says, hey, and you know, out at such and such a location, and we're trying to plow the snow, and there's 2 vehicles here, and they must be in on the ice fishing or something, and they're blocking, and I can't turn around, then of course we're gonna go out and ticket them, right?
There's a comment on 11.2 about which talks about driving over hoses laid by the fire department. And the comment is about the dry hydrants, that they can't be blocked in, even though there is, I don't know if there's no parking signs in front of them all.
I know the one here in the dam is.
But yeah, we
Signs.
should probably pick up that dry hydrant to make sure that it's full, it's actually recognized in there that any dry hydrants, it's no parking area.
I think there is a clause that talks about hydrants. So all we have to do is add,
Correct that to dry.
yes.
And then in my mind, the fees are fine. They're all $20, right?
If you pay it ahead of
If you
time.
pay it within 7 days at the office.
Yeah.
Fines are actually 30 with a discount, they pay in quick.
The person that's gonna affect mostly is our work superintendent, Stephen, so I'm gonna ask Stephen if he has any comments about this.
Not really, like, I think most other places have it, but I think the biggest thing is people gotta use common sense too. Whoever's doing the enforcement, if Mike's going to enforce, if there's any get-togethers or stuff like that, I think you gotta be lenient. If there's no storm during that day, you gotta be lenient with that, and make those good decisions that way.
Well, most of our, probably all of our enforcement is complaint driven. So if nobody complains about it, it's not a problem.
So, getting back to that complaint driven aspect of it. Snowplow driver comes into wherever snowplow turnaround, there's 3 trucks and 3 snowmobile trailers, and they've been there for quite a while, so what do we do then? You just go ahead, whoever's driving that snowplow contact you contact.
Mike, and then you'd have to get that enforced, right?
So now, okay, now there's a cost involved there, is what I'm getting at, this is the point I'm getting at. So there's no fine, but we're sending Mike there to go analyze.
No, there'll be a fine for illegal parking, there'll be a tow away as well. So the tow
Okay,
truck's gonna
alright,
be,
okay,
not only are they gonna get the ticket on their windshield, they're gonna get towed away and now they're gonna have to pay the tow fee.
okay, that's what I wanted to
Yeah.
clarify.
They're not gonna be very happy when they get back on their snow machines when the truck and their trailer are gone.
Okay, that's just wanted to clarify that.
And then going back to the fee business here, if you set it at 20, with paid within 7 days, instead of having a set fine at 30, and then if it's not paid within 7 days, go up to the 30. It's just the way it's, you know.
Yeah,
it's
no,
worded.
if it's paid, so what happens in the first 7 days, it gets paid to us at the local office.
Yes,
After that, it has to be paid through the POA system.
right,
So I won't even see that money until POA does reconciliations and sends me the check back for it.
I'm just
So,
saying that if you set the fine, you're saying to me right now, the set fine is 30. So if I pay it within 7 days, at the office, it will only be 20.
that's right, because then I don't send it out to POA,
Okay, so you're the
right?
one.
We
who
have them
needs to
here
send
for
it.
7 days. That's just the timeline on the ticket. We have to hold them for 7 days, and then after 7 days, we send them to
So
POA.
there's no way of
And
saying,
they deal with them.
there's no way of putting a more positive spin on it, I
But
guess.
we can increase their set fine to 50 if you'd like, you know.
be positive.
If they think that'll be an encouragement to come in and pay the 20 versus, paying 50 to the court.
One time I got a parking ticket at the Heart Institute in Ottawa. And the alternative was a voluntary donation. Which I immediately went in and paid because it was only like, it was less than 50% of the actual fine. And then the fine was never registered if you
Went
made
right
a
in and
donation.
did it. That's interesting.
They make a lot of money there.
I bet they do.
They make a lot of money there for fines.
I don't think we can set up a council of the South Algonquin fund. I don't think that would be looked upon very fairly.
So, in the the fine schedule, number 4, park too close to fire hydrant, we're gonna change that to
Dry hydrant,
a dry hydrant as well.
yeah.
Mhm.
All references to hydrant will be clarified as dry hydrants, because obviously we don't have any hydrants that aren't dry hydrants in the community.
But we may someday, maybe we should put hydrants and then including dry hydrants,
You can do that if you'd like.
you know, because if, I don't know, who knows what's gonna happen 25 or 30 years down the road, and if there are hydrants,
Maybe we'll
Then you don't have-
readjust the.
I would hope that if we got hydrants in 15 years, that I would have updated the fee schedule.
That's what I was
bylaw
thinking.
by then.
I don't,
like that.
as long as dry hydrants are included, I don't care how you do it.
Just don't park in a handicap spot.
I like that,
Really?
I like that one, I do. Should be more.
We have very, very few handicap parking spots in our township. I think there's one that I know of, and that's in front of the library.
They're actually
One in front of
mandatory,
Freshner?
in all commercial and municipal properties. So that's part of the AODA legislation, and there has to be full compliance in the province by 2025. So that'll include your churches, and everybody else will be required to have them by then.
So we don't have them in front of our community centers?
Yes.
Yes, there's one
There
there.
is in front of the community center, but it's because there's a library there.
Hmm.
And there's only one spot, and it's actually one's parking width removed from the door. Obviously, there's no parking in front of the door.
Right.
And then there's a parking spot, and then there's a handicap spot.
That's all.
The sign's not in the right spot.
Oh. Let's blame somebody for that.
And it's
Previous
not
owners.
it's not designated on the asphalt,
Oh. Really?
just by a sign.
Okay. So maybe make note of that, have that properly placed.
Well, I think they'll have to do an assessment, right, for your
Well,
Yeah,
compliance.
we've got we have our accessible plan that needs a lot of work on the implementation side as part of our budget deliberations.
Hmm.
Great.
When we're talking about accessibility, it's a little off the topic here, but the accessibility button at the community hall in Madawaska to open the exterior doors automatic, they got into practice of shutting it off when there's nobody there, because people would come and push the button and the door tries to open and close. And it actually burnt the motor out a couple times.
Yeah.
There's always that individual go there, just push the button,
Mhm.
you know, the door's locked. It's not gonna open, but it's still, so they manually shut the switch off.
Mhm.
And then sometimes different users go in there
Forget to turn it on.
and either forget or don't know how to turn it on. So even though everything is up to code, there's still problems.
Yes.
So we are gonna review this and then, December 6th meeting, this is when we are going to vote for this bylaw.
I think we've made most of the changes now that we had concerns about, so.
I'll make those amendments that have been suggested here this afternoon. And I'll make sure that that gets back into council and you can review it, and if it looks good, then we'll bring it forward on the 6th, but if I've missed something, please make note of it and send it back, and I'll get it revised and try and have it clean when we come back on the 6th of December.
I know you'll do it, but can you highlight that area or something where
Certainly.
the changes are, so we can just
Mhm.
Yeah,
flip through it?
absolutely. I'll
The
do
other
it.
thing is, I'm a real stickler for this, but anyhow, I saw the Provincial Offences Act, the bylaw number 3.
Yeah, that bylaw, all that's gotta be, that'll all get cleaned up when we're registering the bylaw number.
Okay, but, what I wanna do is I wanna increase the set fine. I don't think $50 is enough, I really don't.
Yeah, if you want to increase the set fines, we certainly can do so.
Okay.
It has to be a deterrent, isn't
Yeah, it has to be, because you know what, there's a lot of stuff that I see on our roads, Joe sees it as well too, that people are disposing of stuff that they shouldn't be disposing of. Even though our dumps do accept this stuff, right, when you start seeing washers and dryers and freezers on the bush, it's not a good thing, so.
Or mattresses.
Mattresses as well, too, right, so, yeah. There should be a deterrent, and actually, there should be a posted deterrent as well too. I've always said that before in the past, that it should be a posted deterrent. Other townships have it as well too. You drive down 523 Madawaska Road, it's right there, it's a $2,000 fine for littering. But then that should be a deterrent.
Yeah, is that the number you're looking at for the littering?
$2,000?
Just, you put it out there, I'm just asking.
We have to have a discussion about that, but this is my observation as of right now, right?
But littering a piece of paper versus a mattress.
Oh, Tim Hortons Cup, $2,500. Or a donation to the Child and Witch Foundation or something.
I reported, to the M&R tips line probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. It was before deer season, so a few weeks ago. There was multiple bags of garbage and posts on the side of a lane. And they never responded to my knowledge because the garbage is still there. It's about maybe half a kilometer off of Highway 60. It's on Burant Lane, which is at the Upyongo.
Okay,
It's
right.
within the Upyongo River Provincial Parkway. They never even responded.
Somebody pulled in there, offloaded their.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I hate to tell you what I've found in the past, but yeah, some of it was not good.
But the M&R, like, it's their jurisdiction, it's their park. They never even responded.
Wow.
I went back and checked every 2 or 3 days for a week. They never did.
Well,
Did you, as a good citizen?
No, it was like there was almost a half-ton truck full of
Wow.
I've done it in the past, right? I'm forever doing it, sorry. But anyhow, littering, there's no excuse for it. There's absolutely no excuse for it at all. So everybody give it some thought to see what the fee or what the fine or the set fine should be, right? But, yeah, and who's gonna enforce it? That's the other thing too.
And
If
you're,
you see somebody doing it, yes, you can report them, right?
Yeah, the challenge is the enforcement side, right? Littering, the easiest way to prove it is when somebody dumps a garbage bag and is foolish enough to forget to leave their name and address on the inside of it, and you rip it open, you go, oh, Sean Fusion, okay, well, we got you. But when it's a paper cup comes in the window, it's a whole lot harder to prove.
Yeah.
Unless you happen to have a dash cam on you and, you videotaped it.
Yeah, so we can pursue this and discuss this all day, but I think the set fine should be much higher than what it is.
For dumping versus littering? I think dumping.
yeah, the word dumping instead of littering.
Yes, I think that would differentiate between the two, dumping versus littering.
Right now on Burant Lane, within 100 meters of the highway, there's a computer screen, you know, the old desktop type, you know, it's that big around,
Yeah.
sitting there right on the side. It's within the Madawaska River Park. They never picked it up. It's where the trailers always parked there.
Where that tree swing is?
It used to be, the tree fell down. Yeah, and there's, in there farther, there's a garbage bag full of yarn. Now, who would, like, they went out of their way to take that in there and leave it on the side of the road.
When the dump can take it. Wow, yeah, I know, so we would be considering that dumping, not littering?
I would think so.
Okay.
Maybe we should have both, address them both, littering and dumping.
Yeah.
Like the coffee cup doesn't concern me so much as 2 or 3 bags of garbage.
Yes, that's dumping.
Yeah, coffee cup would be more just littering.
Yes,
You're not gonna end that from happening?
or the several mattresses that Joe has found in the past.
Stephen got them picked up. They're gone. There's a couch there now.
It's because there's a couch there now, so the mattress is gone now. Wow.
Somebody has had to put that in their vehicle to take it there to dump the couch. This is what just, yeah, it's not something that you can throw over your shoulder and walk and dump it.
Because it's the $5 dump fee, right? Or
Two of the mattresses, I think we addressed this at council before, but when they took them to the dump, and when they found out that there was a fee, they said they weren't paying that, and they took them 3 or 4 kilometers down the road and dumped them on the side of the road, on Crown Land. We know who it was.
Takes a
And that
special-
was reported to the MNR.
It takes a
Again, the
special
MNR did not
person
respond.
Yeah, where try doing that in the city.
Mhm.
I mean, we have said as part of our strategic plan is to form better relationships and responses and support from other organisations. And I remember that coming up as distinct, but that is one that I think we really need to work hard on, that relationship between the MNR and us. Because they're not responding to anything.
What about cameras?
Well, I'm wondering if cameras are the answer with regards to the dump and the dump being broken into.
Especially like that spot, Grant Lane.
But it's Crown Land, and it's within the Upyongo River Parkway. The first part of it is anyway. You know,
Wow. Okay.
so we're going to address in the fine structure, dumping and littering separately. With maybe littering the lower fine and then having a higher. Although, you know, again, the township can only enforce what happens on township or private property. We can't enforce somebody littering on Crown land. It's not our jurisdiction.
But getting back to it, and it happens a lot in the winter time too, when people just back up to a snowbank and kick a TV off the back of it or a couch off the back of it, and I have seen that. Or a dog, I've seen that too. I went to go pick up a box one time, there was a dead dog in it. So.
We were doing a litter pickup in Madawaska one time and found a dead dog in a cage. In a river.
Wow.
There was an investigation in that one.
Okay, so we're gonna add dumping fees.
Anything else, guys? So I think we have enough direction on that to proceed, right, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay, the next one is the draft memorial policy. I think this is a good thing, everything that I've seen in here. I especially like the thing that the township is going to purchase the benches, et cetera, so that everything is conforms like throughout the whole township. I know from experience, as I was involved in the memorial bench at Murray Park, it was a huge job to figure out what to buy and where to buy it. So if township's gonna take that off of the hands of the individual, I don't envy the person on staff that's gonna have that responsibility now, but I think it's great. And the bench that's pictured actually looks very close to the one that the Recreation Committee purchased for Josephine Lentz. Very similar. Might not be the same one, but it's the same style.
I would, I had a couple things only because I sort of was the person that brought this forward. If you go benches, trees, bike racks, that's great, but we were also thinking of those large flower urns So could we, we tried flower boxes and, which were great, but then it would be nice to have a larger flower urn that you see in the bigger cities, towns. And again, I think that was my only thought. The picture that came with the benches, again, my thought would be to have them red as the chairs. But, I don't know what this is made out of, but we want something that would be of that composite material, right? Something that's gonna weather and can stay out. Obviously, you're not moving them, so.
Yeah.
I've actually seen benches like this, and they're actually made of wood or metal, but across the area where people sit, it's the composite decking that's on there. So that's what takes the weather and the wear and tear, and such that if it does get damaged, burnt, or what have you, that can be removed and replaced. And I've seen those in Township where my son lives, so.
The one that's at Murray Park is composite with steel on the ends like that.
Yes.
But it runs the opposite way to those slats. It runs lengthways,
Okay, yeah,
but it is the composite material.
which makes sense.
And was this, the things that you added, was it just for us to think about, or was it what you would show anybody coming in saying, I'd like to put this in?
There are examples that I was able to
Okay.
find readily and easily,
So we haven't come to a
because I think the
decision.
idea is to try and standardize.
Yes,
So that we're not getting, this one over
Yeah.
here and that one over there, and that way they kind of blend in, much like they do in all other urban
Right.
centers where they're all kind of
same.
standardized and they
Yeah.
look the same
Yeah.
on every block.
yeah, I know in the park they do, them and they're wood. And some are in real good shape because the family goes in there and probably puts some kind of sealant on it every year versus some that are in rough shape, so, the composite material would certainly be the way to go. But I would suggest red, but that's just me. Just because our chairs are red, right?
I had some concerns over the listing of the tree varieties that we would accept. A lot of these trees that are listed wouldn't grow here. Like there's about 4 different types of oak there. I think all we have to do is say oak.
Right,
I think there's actually 5 different types of oak there, but. And, the linden tree, and I've never heard of that tree growing around here. I think it should be trees that are native to the area. I don't think we have to say 3 different kinds of maple, just single, or 4 different kinds, just maple would be good enough, and let people decide whether they want soft maple or a sugar maple. That's the only 2 we really have here. The soft maple, that we planted at J.R. Booth Park look very good, but there's at least 2 of them that I see a lot of bark splitting on them. I think they're gonna die. There's one I think that is already dead. I don't know, it's on the south side, so it must be exposure to the sun that's causing it. I don't know if there's water in them and then it freezes in the wintertime and splits the bark, but 2 or 3 of them I noticed just a couple of weeks ago that they were in bad shape. I don't think they're gonna survive. But they grow well in the sandy soil, and they're a nice tree when they get bigger.
the other thing, Steve was good enough to do a couple, searches and got us a price for the benches. And then, of course, the cement that would be required, et cetera. Do you feel that that would be, the price of all that is gonna be covered? I think, I can't see it now, but was it 2,000 you put up there? Again, guess if we could, purchase, get a better price on a bulk purchase of benches and put them somewhere, but then that means somebody has to store them. so.
Prices are always going up too, so I almost think we should have something that, like you get a price before, like if you get someone that wants to get one, you know, you get a price before sort of thing as opposed to having a set price. Because it
Yeah,
changes
because-
from year to year.
Yeah, definitely.
And you're always gonna get the people turn around and say, oh, well, I can get it for X number of dollars, and why are you charging me this? I'll bring in my own, and the answer has gotta be no, it's gotta be something that we've sourced and dealt with.
I just asked, and I jokingly said this to Brian, don't ever attach my name to a bicycle rack.
How come?
I'm not a fan
Bikes or just bicycle racks?
either.
I think Julie's been taken for a ride a couple of times.
I think we got to speak to Sharon about that.
The $2,000 for the bench seemed a little steep, but
I think that's what they are, right? Again, really, and truly.
I think I tried to use numbers that I could actually validate. I think the benches, you're not finding anything for under about 1,500.
No,
And the reality is I still have to send somebody out there. And in the case of, the one that we put in at, Tom and McMurray Park, you've got to put a concrete base down for it. So you've got concrete, you've got the labor to put in the concrete. So your guys have got to get there, they've got to get back. So there's a cost to us doing that business on your behalf. So if I'm gonna spend $500, I should recoup the $500. So I think that's kind of why I went with that number. I mean, we could take the numbers out and say that quite simply, cost of the bench plus an administrative fee for installation of X amount, which will get us away from the cost of material variable. Because I could go and look at that very same bench 6 months from now, and it might be worth $3,000. So probably taking the pricing out is a good idea, but the idea of having it there was to give people an idea that this isn't free. So if you want to put a bench in, they're not $200. Because there are some people that think you're just gonna go in and put on $100 bench and walk away,
right.
right?
Is there some way that you could put it that would be an estimate? You know, sort of the fees will be determined at the time of pricing. And here's a blanket sort of, we think it's going to be 2,000.
Yeah, I mean, we put that down there as an estimate, and I mean, the whole idea was to make sure we covered
Absolutely.
our labor costs and our equipment time to go out and actually put that cement in or put the bench in or whatever we might need to do.
We also have to look at the other side, thinking that it is benefiting our community, right? And we're not going out and purchasing them. Well, others are.
The one that the recreation committee bought, I'm not sure what the purchase price was, but the purchase price does not include the assembly cost. I had to put it together. It didn't charge anything for my time, but it certainly took time to put it all together. And then the time for Adam to excavate and then build the base. And so the bench itself may have very well have been only about half the total cost. So when you say $2,000, well, maybe the bench only costs $1,000.
Right.
It costs $2,000 to have it
To
sit.
do the rest.
And then the cost of the plaque itself too. There's getting to be less and less places to get that kind of stuff done. One thing maybe that we should include is just the cost of, or just a plaque as an example, because the plaque may not, somebody may come up with an idea that doesn't include a bench or a bike rack or anything, and just having a plaque attached to a building or an existing tree or
Or the dam, whatever.
yeah, we could come up with other examples throughout the years.
It's Frankie Kuliak's, and getting back to plaques, is Frankie's name attached to that Gazebo?
No,
I don't
It's
think
not,
so.
eh?
No.
That's a shame.
have you seen it, Lena? Lori and I strung,
No, I saw it on, I was looking at it on Saturday.
Lori and I strung lights up yesterday and it's in bad shape.
It's growing.
The whole idea behind this was to try and, because there was some ask about that, we've had a
Yes.
couple of bench asks now, was to come up with something that was a standardized format that we would use as we're implementing a policy of making sure that everyone was treated fairly. Make sure that the township was more or less recovering its costs associated with the equipment, the installation, the plaque that would be required. And to give us a starting point, because I mean, at the end of the day, Stephen's only got a half a dozen guys in his department. And, you know, if our guys are busy doing this, they're probably not fixing your potholes.
Right.
And that's where we get the problem, is the challenge of where's the priority here? Is the priority on getting that memorial bench put in today? Or because it's a nice day, getting the road graded? So it's a balancing act, but we thought if we at least had a policy with a few simple things, you know, install a bike rack, pretty simple thing, doesn't take the guys long, you're not gonna get too many of them.
No,
Park benches take a little longer because you've got to set up a form, you've got to pour some cement, you've got to put the bench in. But at the end of the day, you walk away and then you're not like we're gonna have 600 of them show up either, so. And trees, well, somebody may want something in a park as a tree. I had one of those dedicated in another community. And had somebody dedicate rose bushes. They don't want to donate rose bushes and put a plaque in front of it. The question is, how far do we take this? How many other items do we want to add? Or do we just leave it as a simple, here's the things we will do? And anything over and above that maybe becomes a one-off ask.
mhm. I think that would be great.
Mhm.
And, it's gone, but the other thing was that Lori and I and Stephen walked around or went to various spots and said, well, it'd be nice to have a bench here. So again, somebody needs to know where we're gonna put the bench, and sort of list them so that, you know, if I had a loved one pass and I wanted to donate a bench, this is where I'd like it, right? Like within reason. We, as a township, should have that sort of mapped out. Or you might have 10 benches down at one spot, right? So,
Good point. Those are good points.
Okay, I don't think we have to do anything with that, other than that now if we accept this as a report, then we have a policy when people come to the door asking. Is that correct?
Yeah, I will bring a resolution to adopt the policy to our December 6th meeting.
Okay,
And we will change the fees, for example, for example, these fees, but at current market costs.
Fees are subject to change based on availability and cost of material.
I think that has to go on,
Certainly.
otherwise people, here's my 2,000, where's my bench, you know?
right.
Yeah, no, and certainly I think that's
Cost
a
$4
good
grand.
idea, is to make sure that we don't put ourselves out in the marketplace and all of a sudden find that, you know, taxpayers are paying for half of the bench somewhere.
and can we simplify that tree species?
Yeah, who knows what would be viable, right?
And maybe we could have somebody on staff that's a little more knowledgeable. I stole that list from another municipality because trying to standardize it. Yeah, and maybe somebody, Stephen, or somebody more knowledgeable in the area of trees than I am. Could go through there and kind of line out the ones that we should just not even think about, and we'll just shorten the list up accordingly.
Absolutely.
Like our elevation is high here, we really do have a northern climate, so if we're sticking to deciduous trees, we're pretty limited on what will grow here.
The nurseries have a coding for the trees, and I think we are coding 6 or 7 for our trees. And they all know what will grow and what will flourish and what will struggle.
For gardening, we're zone 2.
Is it 2? I can't remember which way round it went, but I know I have struggled to get a plum tree. And I have it, and it was the right zone, but it really isn't doing well.
Yeah. So I have pear trees, I know all about it.
Did they survive?
They're dying. I've had a couple good harvests, but most years I don't, because we get a frost just when they blossom.
Yeah.
They blossom early.
I'm just gonna throw something out here, getting to the installation of park benches, getting to the installation of the planting of trees, bike racks, so on and so forth. What if the installation was done on a volunteer basis? To say the person that is going to be buying a $2,000 bench, some money to make it more cost feasible.
Well, it'd certainly make it easier for us, to have that happen. Probably wouldn't be a bad thing if, the staff at least, you know, kind of identified they were doing what they said they were doing and where they said they were doing it. But to not physically have to prepare forms and pour mixed concrete and pour cement and that type of stuff, probably, sure, they could save a few bucks on it for sure.
So that would be, but it would be to the township standard, it would be to the work superintendent's standard.
To meet up and make sure that they're building it.
Yeah, that the concrete is the right depth and so forth, yeah.
So I'm throwing that out there, just because I look at that, and like myself personally, I'd like to buy one of those benches, but at $2,000, I'm probably not, right? Unless, of course, I can do the installation myself. Just throwing that out there.
And maybe I can add a line in there that says that, that just simply that if the donator wishes to, you know, prepare necessary forms in accordance with township standards, et cetera, that prices, will be revised accordingly.
So like, not just myself, but say for instance, Joan.
No,
Plant
absolutely.
a tree, she could plant it to where we tell her where.
That's right.
Plant a tree.
Yeah.
And how deep and what.
I think though I'd be cautious when we say we'll replace that tree if it dies in the first 12 months. If you plant it, I don't warranty the tree.
No,
No.
absolutely not,
You're replacing yourself.
yes. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, no, certainly.
Okay, can we move on from that then? Next on the list is the proposed cell phone project, and Brian, I think you have a staff report.
Yes, you do, and I won't speak to the report, I'm sure you've all read it, but I'll just kind of go back, take a step back. Jason was here, with Eastern Ontario Regional Network, met with council back, I believe it was in September. And one of the things I heard when he was here talking about the placement of cell towers and such was, well, these aren't benefiting us. And we've got an area in Allen Lake and Mackenzie Lake that have no cell service, and how come we'd like to see that happen. And while Jason's project is specifically to Eastern Ontario, because that's where we're working with Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. I took from that, and of course, he said, well, these towers are no good to us. They're not helping our residents. We need something to help. What I read was, we want something for our residents. Well, these towers are great as it relates to next mile connectivity. They allow this tower to connect to this tower, which is now going to be able to connect to a new tower that gets built over here. So I actually left that meeting for a few minutes, and I went out and spoke with Jason and started talking about, I'd like to work something out and see what we might be able to do collectively to help benefit our community. So I circled back with Jason a few times since then, and we come up with this concept of a request for interest, expressions of interest. So that request for interest allows us to go out on a bids and tenders website, allows us to say, here are areas in our township, and I'll just kind of pull it up. Here's some areas that are populated in our township that we know cell gap is an issue. We know that the province of Ontario is looking to have coverage across the province by 2025. We know that the province has been sending money out and making money available for these types of projects. I also know that nobody picked up South Algonquin. We were available to be picked up, but nobody picked us up. But then again, we didn't go out and ask, would you be interested?
Oh, we did. I specifically spoke to a couple of.
But we didn't do it through a formal process.
No,
right?
not formally, yes.
So what I'm suggesting is we go through a request for expression of interest. they're gonna get back to us and tell us, you know what, we have no interest. Or they're gonna get back to us and say, here's the interest and here's where we might have interest. And here's how we think we would do it, and here's what it would cost. We're not committing to absolutely anything, but we are committing that then we've got something, we can go and see if we can get the province to work with the supplier to bring that service to us. These are areas that we noticed were, initially the conversation was around north of 60. That's what I heard at that meeting. North of 60 has poor coverage. I said, well, not only north of 60, because I've looked at the circles on the map for coverage areas and gaps. I said, so we've got other areas. So if we're going to include Aylen Lake and we're going to include Mackenzie Lake, then, well, what about two of the major transportation arteries we have, which are Major Lake Road and Victoria Lake Road? Because those are heavily logged roads. Those are roads where our loggers probably need to have cell services as well. And there's also Hay Lake and Mackenzie. So we've got all of these areas that aren't covered. So what if we go out and ask them to, hey, here's the areas we think we need covered. Are you interested? How much would it cost? When they come back and say, oh, it's going to cost $100 million to do all of that area, and we go to the government and say, oh, we've only got 80, we can come back to council and say, okay, you've got 80 on a $100 million project, what do you want to cut? Versus just looking at the north side of Highway 60. So we've started the proposal. They're working with me at no cost at this time. There's not a penny going to cost us. It's going to cost me $350 to buy the bids and tenders software package for this tender. And then it's going to cost us a little bit of my time to review proposals or answer a few questions so that we know whether or not there's anyone that's got any interest. Because in reality, I think today's people are moving more and more towards technology. People are becoming more and more reliant on their cell phones. They're looking to get internet coverage while cell phone coverage has internet coverage. And there's an expectation that people are going to be able to move here, live here, work here, and maybe not actually work here, but they're here working for their office in Toronto. So this is really an opportunity potentially to help our economic development within the community, to give us that base for that economy to build. So as you can see in my report, I'm recommending that council move forward with this. I think that there's no harm and no foul in asking the big players, hey, do you have an interest? Or maybe even some of the small ones. Maybe there's a small internet company that says, hey, I want to provide cell service in your area. I'll do it. So I figured the timing was now and I could bring that forward. I think I heard a lot about economic development and the needs for economic development and housing within our strategic planning initiatives. And this was something that I'd already been kind of started on the background since that time in September when Jason and his team were here.
So I have a couple comments and / questions. So the one tower that's going up on McGuey Road, and then the other one on 523, that won't help our.
Not these areas.
Not those areas.
They do provide help in that this tower adds to this tower. And then you get this tower and you can build this tower because you've got to build them sequentially because they need to touch you.
Right.
They need to connect, right? So the areas, I looked at the latest propagation maps privately with them and saw where there are other areas, believe me, that are still uncovered. But we felt that these were priority areas probably. Aylen Lake, there's a large population of people out there all summer long. Hay Lake and Mackenzie Lake, the same thing. You get out into the Victoria Lake and Major Lake arteries, we can use that. We can help to justify those needs because of the volume of transport truck traffic in those areas for the logging industry and the fact that they are access points into the park.
Sure.
The three top ones, Major Lake, Victoria Lake, and Aylen Lake, I think they should be a priority. Mainly, Major Lake, sorry, I don't mean to be leaving you here, but Major Lake and Victoria Lake because of Reynolds Hill. So, some people in Madawaska get great cell phone service if they're on the east end of town, but if you were where Joe is, that signal is deflected right over top of his house. And so there's no, along that whole stretch of Madawaska, there's hardly any cell phone service.
So, and that's why we wanna go out to the people that know this. That's what they do, the Bell Canadas, the Rogers, the TELUS, the players in the world that understand this service and the connectivity and the propagation of that. Because they're gonna come back and say, you know what, we're interested in this area and this area, but you know what, we're not interested in this area. And they may say, I need this area in order to be able to do this area or this area. But we'll leave that up to them to bring back to us through an expression of interest.
So that would help Major Lake and Victoria Lake. If there was a tower in there, that would help Madawaska tremendously.
So my other question then, where the funding came for the Eastern Ontario from a grant or federal, provincial
Well,
monies.
yeah, we'll go back and once we know what that looks like, if somebody comes to us and says, Rogers says, hey, yeah, we're in.
Right,
Here's what it would do cost, and they're the only ones that come to us as an example.
right,
We'll go then and
Sure.
meet with the provincial minister of infrastructure, the federal ministers of infrastructure and say, hey, you've made commitments here.
sure,
And here's what we can do, but here's how that partnership, Rogers sees this partnership working, and how can you help us? So I think that this is just the starting point of how do we get there?
yeah, no,
And
that's
then
great.
then once we see there is an actual interest, then we can move forward. And if there isn't, the very least we can say is, well, we went out and we tried. So what's next? And we can go back to the government and say, look, the players don't want to come play in our neighborhood, so what are you gonna do about it? You wanna cover the province, how are you gonna do that?
Well, the federal government actually announced that it was a basic human right to be connected through the cell. So they've got to be a player in this, you know, they have to do something. Maybe they have to force the hands of the likes of Bell. I mean, I have tried for 7 years now speaking to Bell about, can you provide me with internet? And the answer is no. And we have no forethought. We're not looking to the future to do it either. And I've gone all the way up the ladder with Bell to try and speak to them to provide internet. And they've got internet here in Whitney and internet along Highway 60, and they still won't do it.
One part of the component of this also is to look at the capacity of the fiber within the village of Madawaska and within the village of Whitney as an option for them, because they're gonna need to backbone this somehow, somewhere. So we've told them, yeah, we put in there specifically improvements to the Madawaska and to Whitney, to the villages for the fiber side of things, for them to give consideration to in their proposal. Which will make a huge difference if they were able to put a little bit of a backbone in their CO down there at Madawaska for aiding and moving this traffic, right?
Well, somebody
But-
needs to pick it up, but as they Bell categorically are saying no.
Well, and CRTC has kind of not been very nice to the big players very recently in a decision as to how they need to provide service to the non-big players to make things more competitive. And I think that rulings, Bell actually said they were canceling a very large number of projects as a direct result of that ruling of CRTC on that one.
I'm wondering, well, first I'll comment on the map. And instead of having the two circles there at Major Lake Road and Victoria Lake, I think it would maybe be a little simpler if we had just one circle there catching both the areas. There's very, very little traffic on Victoria Lake Road, very little. Depending on the location of the tower, somewhere along the Major Lake Road, it would probably catch that area. But that's not gonna, it's neither here nor there, but, the other comment I had is that we maybe would be best to keep our federal member of parliament in the loop on everything we're doing, since it's the federal policy that says that we're going to have connectivity by 2025. So let them know that maybe we're doing our part, and maybe they would step up more. The initial cell towers in this area came about because of pressure from Township of South Algonquin Council. And we got a grant through Fednor that allowed Bell to build those first towers. There was the one here in Whitney, the one at Allen Lake, and the one in Murchison, Madawaska.
And Fedor certainly does have some money available right now for this type of project, so I think it's a matter of finding who's interested and then figuring out which pots of money will come to the table and bringing the players together.
And it was because of our initiative that places like Barry's Bay or Township of Madawaska Valley got cell coverage and towers. They got theirs after us. And I think it was as a direct result of us getting them that they got theirs.
They probably were pressured because everybody's saying, well, look what South Algonquin's got, right?
Yeah.
Now I drive through Barry's Bay and I can't make a phone call.
Well, I'm in agreement with starting the process.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'll proceed then with getting that organized. It'll be out on bids and tenders probably next week.
I hear what Joe was saying, maybe we ought to copy in our federal member of parliament there.
Absolutely, I will keep both Cheryl and John in touch, in the loop as we move forward, because obviously if players come to the table, we may need them to help us lobby the appropriate minister to make sure that appropriate funds are made available to our community to ensure the project's successful.
Just on a side note, I was back in by Billy's Lake, which is along that Major Lake Road near Shell. And two young men were walking. They had left all their gear at the store or whatever you call that, access point. The one fellow had probably broken a rib and had to paddle so far down. And of course, no cell service. So my husband was there for other reasons, and I had gone to join him for the afternoon and ended up driving them out. And it was quite a ways before we had any kind of cell service, enough that he could make the call to his family in Canada. But, you know, if he would have had a long hike.
It's probably 20 kilometers of road there that has no cell service.
I even phoned my sister and she has to be in the bathroom up close to the window to be able to talk.
At McCauley.
That's the only.
And she's on a
place.
hill at McCauley.
Yeah,
I had a client on the weekend trying to get a hold of me and me trying to get a hold of them. And the only way that we could do that was I could send a text message, and if she was in a certain place, I'd say, okay, you can call me whenever, or I can call you. We had to set it up so that she could stand out at the end of her laneway with her arms up in the air so that we could speak, right? So,
Crazy.
but yes.
Maybe it'd be easier to have a landline.
Just saying.
Anyways, totally in agreement.
Sean mentioned that at my house, the signal, because of the terrain, the signal goes over top. And he's absolutely right. And the tower from the other direction is the one at Allen Lake Road, which is 8 kilometers away. And that's likely the tower that I was accessing. And often I had to go out and stand on the deck to talk.
It's the signal very weak, right?
Where we are, it's the same thing.
And I had a booster. I had a booster antenna on my roof and still didn't help me much. My answer was Starlink, and I have my cell phone's hooked through Wi-Fi, and I've actually disconnected my home line. I don't have a home phone anymore. As of last Thursday, I think it was. So we're all in agreement that staff should proceed with this process. Very minimal cost to us, and squeaky wheel gets the grease. The next thing on the agenda is the draft agreement with DSAP board with the resource center here in Whitney.
So really, this is just a standardized leasing agreement. They didn't have one for either of the facilities here. Last year, we addressed the ambulance base. And basically, this is exactly, pretty much the exact same document will be used for the ambulance base. We're now using for the property on Post Street that they're leasing from us. It just formalizes the actual lease. It was something they didn't have, and I just want to make sure that we got those things formalized and in writing, so we know who's liable for what and who's not liable for what. And if council's in agreement with it, we'll bring that forward as an agreement by law at our December 6th meeting.
Okay, anybody have any questions about that?
Oh, I've read through, it's very comprehensive.
Yeah, it is. And the last thing is the road agreement with MNRF or whatever that.
So yeah, I've been, since I got here, and we've been trying to work on this agreement with Parks Ontario for lands that we currently plow in the what they call the non-operational park area of the township. And we also at one point maintained the structure, which was the bridge, which was Major Lake, where people thought that we owned it at one time. Anyway, so we've been working now for almost 3 years, trying to get an agreement with the park on how we're gonna maintain it. As under the Parks Act, you can't even cut a tree down without being charged. So I said, well, how do you maintain a roadway if I can't even cut the tree? So we've been very busy between them and us, their biologists, and us, the lawyers and our lawyers. And finally, we now have what I think is a reasonable agreement that allows us, for the most part, to be able to properly maintain the roadway, to ensure that it's safe for driving. It doesn't give us any responsibility for the Blue Sea culvert, which was replaced a couple of years ago. That's their culvert. If it gets blocked, we're responsible to help maintain it, but we're not responsible for replacement. And the structure over the structure on Major Lake Road, we're also not responsible for that bridge. That's their responsibility. We'll fill potholes, but the road, that's actually theirs. And then there's a section of the roads are all identified in red in the map that kind of identifies which roads are belong to the park. And so we've got a bit of a chart there that shows the number of kilometers that we're looking after, and I've always looked after on behalf of the park. And then they had to send the whole thing off to the minister because there was money required. It had to go to the minister for approval because they can't sign an agreement that pays money without ministerial approval. So we've now got everything where everybody on their side is happy. Operationally, I think we got what we need. And the fact that we're gonna now get a few dollars to help maintain it, and that has an indexing to the Ontario inflation index, not the Canadian one. At least we're gonna get something more every year for the cost of maintaining it. We've been absolved of any liability for the bridge or for the Blue Sea culvert in the future. I think it really did what we wanted to do. It just took a really long time to get there.
I'd just like to add a little bit to that. These parks have been in existence longer than our township. So actually, we've been maintaining those roads and structures for 25 years. And they're getting off pretty light by only paying us an annual fee starting this year, 2023. If we extended that $10,000 a year, they owe us $250,000. We've been doing it for 25 years at no cost. So
Is there any way of going back and doing a blank?
I was happy after 3 years to get going forward. There's not much I can do about the history and what because I mean, it's not just a maintenance. I believe that the township redecked the Major Lake Road Bridge at one point as well.
I think we did it twice.
So, I mean, there's been some significant dollars spent on these roads by this township since amalgamation that we really should have had no responsibility for whatsoever. So this really does make sure that though going forward, that liability is where liability belongs. And that there's at least something coming back for us, putting our plow blade down those sections of road. I know we need to do it because I can't get to some of my residents without going down Major Lake Road on the provincial portions of it, so.
Well, that's the crux of it, isn't it? We have township residents at the end, and so that is why we have ploughed and we have maintained so that our residents who pay our property taxes can actually move around. So I think, you know, we've had to do that for their sake. The fact that they have now admitted and they're paying, I think is excellent, and let's not rock the boat and let's say thank you, and from now on, you know, we'll willingly accept what we
So
want.
to me, this agreement is, you know, for 2023. So we will bill them once council's approved it, and in 2024, I will be sending them a bill for 2024. So at least we'll get something for this year and going forward into next year.
With the location map, I'm having difficulty trying to figure out where it is as perspective with the village of Madawaska. Whereabouts is that?
It starts, around kilometer 4.5 or so on the Major Lake Road. And then across that stretch that's locally known as the 401.
Yeah, that real straight stretch.
Yes. And you can see that the
Racetrack?
Yeah,
yeah, it's actually, somebody's got a quarter mile mark.
Yes.
But, you can see that it goes in and out there a couple times, but the sign is posted just past the private entrance.
Good.
And then it extends to the north side of the bridge, and then it extends back on Victoria Lake Road, except for that piece of private property. I forget what lot it is now, but you can see there's a gap there. Just before the Blue Sea Creek culvert. And then the rest of the Victoria Lake Road is out of the area.
So even though all those logging trucks come in, I didn't mean to interrupt, Joe, I'm sorry. They're beating up the road in Madawaska. And Stevens in there cold patching on a pretty daily basis almost. We're paying for that.
Yes, so
That's not bad.
as part of our 2024 work plan, I believe Stephen's hoping that between us and the parks, that issue is going to get addressed, but we'll bring all that forward through the budget. And if we can get them to fix the road, there'll be a lot less cold patch going in next year. And you know, that money will help pay for past and future potholes.
Yeah. Okay.
And
That's my point anyhow, was.
My point about the $250,000 that they got away without paying. My intent, I even bring that up, is to use that as an argument for getting them to ante up to fixing their portion of the road. There's about a little over a kilometer of Major Lake Road that we have to do something with, that's within that park boundary. I think the projection is around 4 kilometers to repair or something like that, but like 1.5 kilometers is within that park boundary. And don't forget that a portion of the Elm Lake Road is in that boundary too, and we just spent $1.5 million a few years ago paving that road. Now, we didn't spend $1.5 million within the park boundary, but we certainly.
But people accessing the park through Major Lake Road, through the village of Madawaska, and then also the logging as well too, right? And the same thing with Elm Lake Road. So the township shouldn't be paying for that.
Especially, I mean, that bend outside the community centre, the logging lorries are just chewing it up. I think you put the coal patch down and it's thrown out within a day.
Yeah, they don't last, it's just a temporary fix.
Yeah.
So, but at least we are getting some money, but yeah, I think they should be paying probably the lion's share, like a lot more.
But the portion we're getting is only in compensation for the maintenance we're doing within the park boundary.
Which is not right.
No, it's not.
No, we should be getting more, but something is better than nothing, I guess, right?
I think
I just wanted to make a point of that.
3 years down the line, as you say, something's better than nothing. But we keep the pressure on maybe.
Gotta start somewhere.
Well, I think it's, I seen a couple of the draft agreements there. some of the logic that they were using for us doing the maintenance was just, it was unreal. But thank you.
Almost rude, yeah.
It's still a little out there because it's mostly biologists that got involved in doing this and the methods they wanted you to clean the culverts. It just, it wasn't practical or feasible at all.
So if council's satisfied and willing to sign off on the agreement, I'll bring that forward on the December 6th meeting as an agreement bylaw and for signatures of the mayor.
And for how long is this agreement gonna stand for?
It renews annually, and it's got an automatic renewal on it, and it's got the cost of living indexing on it. But there's a clause where we can, say, you know what, we're not doing it anymore, to bring them to the table if we really feel we need to negotiate something better than what we've got, or try to. But at least now we'll have something, which in my opinion, after 3 years is much better than what we've had till now.
Yeah, I don't think there's any argument about that. So everybody's in agreement. We'll bring this to council at the December meeting for a bylaw.
We've got a 10-year, it's 10 years, the clause that's here in term and renewal.
Great.
Okay. Okay, so if there's nothing else, I don't see any hands up.
Yeah, could I bring just something up very, very, very briefly? And it's regarding, charging stations for EVs. That there's a grant application out there now, where we could get some charging stations here in the township. So, and this is through the province. I saw that, I can't remember where I saw that information, but there is a process out there and it'll be no cost to us to have these EVs installed.
The Chamber of Commerce was supposed to be putting one in, down at the building that now is being leased to, DSAB, and it never ever materialized. So I know there was a process there and there was a reason, and I don't know why the reason, and that was sponsored by the government.
Right.
So,
Yeah, this was just recent that I saw this, so.
suggestion of placement?
Suggestion of placement, probably at the fire hall, maybe. I don't know, one would be there, one would be Madawaska, same place, there'd be another charging station there as well.
I thought the
Yeah.
park would be a better option.
Park.
The grant money that was out there is a partial grant, so I actually, when I was at AMO 2 years ago, was speaking to a company that does these EV charging stations. And the quick charge is what you would want, you obviously, you don't want a trickle charge, it's gonna take overnight. The quick charge stations, they have to do hydro capacity studies on. And those are starting at $100,000 a unit installation. That was 2 years ago. And I think the money that's out there is not 100% dollars.
Okay.
Also, there must be a metered usage, so the customer would have to pay. And there has to be metered usage because whoever's supplying the power has to pay for the power too. Like nothing is free in this world.
No.
So every time somebody charges a vehicle up, we get a bill for it. Somebody pays for it.
I will look though, because it's been brought up, I will look at the grant and I will get in touch with the company I spoke to 2 years ago. That's a municipally owned entity, and ask them what their updated costing is on the, I think they're called a stage 3 charger, stage 2 charger. I can't recall, but they're a quick charge. Like we find in our part, Tim Hortons has got one.
Right. Canadian Tire and Bancroft.
They have 6.
Killaloe has a couple.
Yeah. Where,
Right by the information booth.
in the little park,
Cause I know.
Outside the building.
but you can't park there, there's no parking.
No, it is, well, I'm not 100% sure. It was over a year ago that I went down there.
Well, I know in southern Ontario, they're a lot more prevalent, and electric vehicles are a lot more prevalent. But honestly, I don't see a lot of them on the road here. 99% of the time I observe those charging stations at Canadian Tire and Bancroft, they're empty. They're just taking up parking space. Seldom, if ever, there's a vehicle parked there. I don't know what the need is and the need versus the cost. I'm not willing to put taxpayers' money into them.
If we could look into it to see that, if there's gonna be, we're not gonna be on the hook for anything, we're just providing a service to.
I'll look into it.
Then
I
they
do
would
think-
be valuable, I think, yeah.
Because that accident on 127, just an example, there were people that were driving EV vehicles. And the route that they were getting detoured to, they didn't have enough power.
Right.
Yeah,
So, because they had a determined route, right,
Yeah.
which is, you know, a shame, anyhow, that's the bad side of having an EV vehicle, right? Or having an EV. But if we were able to provide that service, right, or give them that option, right?
yeah, certainly, I'll look into cost and that grant, like I said, when I saw that grant, I believe it wasn't 100% of the grant, I think it was about half. And when I looked at it, I went, well, I don't know if we wanna spend $50,000 from the tax base this year, given where I know we're gonna be. But I'll bring that back and council can make the
I
decision.
think it's all part of the green initiative as well too, right? So.
I think if Canadian Tire wants to provide EV charging stations, all the more power to them. If one of the businesses in the village or in southern Auckland chooses to supply an EV vehicle, more power to them.
Couples does have one.
Couples resort
Couples
have.
does have
I
one.
don't think it's up
They
to
do
the
have one
taxpayer.
locally.
No, absolutely not.
Not only the installation, but the ongoing cost. Cost doesn't stop.
I think the whole idea is that, you know, as we switch over, again, you plug it in on a map, it tells you how far you can go before you're gonna run out of battery, and here's your next station. And I don't know, it's just, again, providing a service that would allow more people to come into our area.
So if you could just
You don't
look
wanna
into
hear-
it, it's worth discussion.
Sure, I'll look into it and I'll get back to council, I'll bring that back to council for council deliberation.
And as far as I know, there's minimal charge, I guess. So, you know, it's all done I plug my Visa in and charge my car, I get charged so much.
Mhm.
And I would assume that's going to cover the cost of the electric, right? So,
And my understanding, the one in Killaloo, if memory serves me correctly, when I spoke to their CAO down there, was put in by the hydro generating station there.
Oh,
Is the one that paid any cost associated with that, the town had no cost.
Okay, anything else? I'd like a motion to adjourn this meeting and maybe have a 5-minute recess before we start the waste management.
was there not something for the road business?
Nothing on the agenda.
Sorry, there was like a level of service or something, there was a bylaw for minimal maintenance standards for municipal highways.
That goes with the other one though, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. in
Oh, it's
here.
a schedule, there was a bylaw anyways, is that in the whole package that Stephen obviously worked on, and that's why you're sitting here?
Mitigation measures, good. Page 49.
I looked through it, it looks like it's very extensive and it's giving the minimal level of service.
Yeah, it has all the classifications for each road, that's the minimum maintenance
Right.
standard,
Yeah.
right?
That's the bylaw that we have that establishes the level, and it's actually geared to the provincial standard that's legislated. It's not a stronger standard, it's just a standard the province has implemented. We've adopted those standards at a municipal level.
So have we changed our own procedures?
No, we just as part of the agreement, that forms a schedule to the agreement with the park. They wanted that's what they're using. They're saying you're gonna do this.
Okay,
But this is your standard that you use, you're gonna apply it against our road, and we want a copy of it. And then the other one that's in there is a clean equipment protocol.
yes,
And anytime you're working in our area, you need to make sure you're meeting the clean equipment protocol. And we say, okay, well, what is your clean equipment protocol? They provided that document to us as a schedule and an appendix to the agreement.
Okay, so they needed that information. We didn't have it. This is it. And now it's become our level of service.
No, we already have that as our level of service.
Okay.
Anything else? And a motion by Councillor Rodnick to adjourn and seconded by Councillor Sidon. Can we have a 5-minute recess? Sure.
3 is a meeting of the Waste Management Committee. Are there any additions or amendments to the agenda? Hard time talking. No, I know this has been our first waste management meeting this year, so. Okay, and I have a mover and seconder for the adoption of the agenda.
I'll move.
Councillor Collins, Councillor Sida, thank you. Anybody want to disclose a pecuniary interest? None noted. Any unfinished business? Don't know.
So I had to look back. I didn't make it a point to look back on anything, and the last little bit of business, I guess, was from a budget standpoint. And I know I'm not gonna be able to bring it up fast enough, so just bear with me. It was in June, and I believe it was, oh no, sorry, take that back. It was Brian Acme, and it was April, and he brought something up in regards to the recycling, and gave us a bit of background, and that there was really nothing from we started with nothing, like no cost, and now this is sort of the estimated, so I believe there was 22,000 allocated into the budget for this coming year, in regards to the amount of recycling.
Okay.
Besides
From an unfinished point of view, and I know it's in number 5 where we talk about the efficiencies and the expense summary for the recycling. Absolutely fantastic, wonderful idea, and I think everybody is delighted that we have recycling now. How we go forward with it, obviously we've got a new business, but I mean from an unfinished point of view, I'd like to thank Brian personally for making that happen. Because it had been tried before and become too difficult to manage, and we actually have that in place now, so thank you.
Perfect. Okay, and moving on to new business. I have no notes about this stuff.
You have to ad lib, yeah.
Did you get some?
Sandra suggested, I forget what meeting it was at, about the identification cards.
Yeah, I remember talking about.
So I've used the identification card, so basically, we just had card, when I was in Montessori years ago, we did this, because we had a lot of people that we thought were using the dump that weren't residents. So we issued cards that just had the township logo, the township name, and then, they had the person's name on them. And the person's name, we just had an area where we could put that onto the card. The card's basically about the same size as maybe your healthcare card. And we just had them made out of plastic. They were easy to get out to people. But the problem we had with them was a couple of things that we had issues with. One, you've got cottages that are rented, and the cottage owners got the card, but their tenants don't. We had times where I'd put it in my car and the wife, it'd be in the car and would take the truck, or another time you took the car and it was in the truck. So you were having problems, you'd get there and you didn't have an ID card. But we did implement them. We did have our issues with them off and on operationally, but everybody that came in was required to have one, and everybody that came in was also required to have their plastic paid bag with them to dispose of it. So if council wants to look at ID cards, I'll go out and get some costing for them. They're not that complicated. The biggest thing was we had to do a general mailing to everybody in the township to let them know to pick up their cards. And then we made some of them available at the dump where they could just fill them in and hand them out.
I think that why I actually brought this up, we've got over 150 trailers in Riverland. We've got, I think, 50 trailers in All-Star, and there are other camping facilities. And basically they are considering themselves as residents. So they go into the dump with all of their garbage and all of their extra things that they've brought from home that they want to dump and consider themselves as residents. Yeah, and they tell the dump attendant, oh, well, we're at Riverlands. And the situation is the likes of the commercial campgrounds, et cetera, have commercial garbage pickup and they pay for that and we go in to do. And I think they should be responsible for the garbage of their residents in their trailers and in their campground. I don't think the rest of our township dollars should be paying for that. I think the businesses should be responsible for handling the garbage of their tenants that they take a money off of on an annual basis to have their trailers there.
Our resorts, when I was in Bonashire, well, we had bag fees, right? So everybody had to pay for their tags. And they bought their tags from the campground to dispose of the garbage, but it was the campground's responsibility to see that that garbage got to the landfill. We're a little more remote. There, Bowman, at the time it was Bowman Industries, was doing our collection for all of our recycling and they were moving all of our garbage. Well, they would put a 6-yard bin or waste or whatever at the various campsites, and then they go around and they collect it and they billed the resorts for collecting that and bringing it to the landfill site. They also did that with the recycling. They had a recycling bin and they went around and they collected it from the various places and they took it to their facility. It had nothing to do with us. So the commercial side of things is very new to me because anywhere I've been before and most people I've ever talked to don't deal with commercial waste or recycling in any way, shape or form. It's up to the businesses to deal with it. And they get a contractor to manage it. They don't collect it.
The KPMG report that's attached to our agenda had all kinds of suggestions on it. And again, it's because I don't have any knowledge, but they talked about the commercial curbside pickup. And what do we do that free of charge for our commercial businesses?
We do.
We do.
But they pay commercial property tax. And the amount that they pay, something almost double residential. And as part of that, the township provides commercial collection. It has to be in the registered, correct me if I'm wrong here, Stephen, into the big dumpsters that allows the compactor to pick them up and tip them. But we do.
They're recycling.
Well, I know from a point of view with recycling, when we owned the resort, Ian and I used to put out blue bins and we actually employed a young lad through the summer to actually collect those blue bins, recycle them into bags, and we took them to a recycling establishment ourselves. We did that, but that was before the township had anything.
Right.
So
So
we did that.
not to single anybody out. But I'm going to. So the campground, for instance, okay, is paying nothing for their garbage pickup and neither is Charbonneau. But it's included in their commercial property taxes. But
Yes,
Charbonneau's will produce a lot less garbage than a campground over the course of time. So what's the justification then? You know what I mean? There's a lot more garbage being produced at a campground than it is at Charbonneau's or, well, if the LCBO had a commercial garbage pickup than the LCBO.
but the campground is paying more commercial property tax, I would think, than a building in town. Because of the valuation of it,
Well, I
and
was gonna
then
say, based on the
multiply it up.
property, it works into it too, same as residential. They pay the same rate, but can property be more expensive than the other? It's not looking, I don't believe it looks at the businesses,
No,
or does it? I don't think it does.
no, it's just whether or not it is commercial or residential.
Yeah. And certain businesses will produce more garbage than others.
Our pickup, and
should be included, the pickup in those big bins should be included. It's only household waste that's supposed to be in there. Now, Stephen, do you know if it's pretty well confined to household waste in those bins?
Well, I worked at Charbon House, for instance, so I know it's mostly cardboard, and then they have produce and meat, so there's bags of that go in those bins, and that's pretty well it.
That was the point I was getting to, because the stores produce a lot of cardboard.
Yes,
Now,
agreed,
is that going into those bins too?
yeah,
It should not, should it? They should be taking that to the recycling.
they should, but, right, yeah.
Cause I know the LCBO, that's what they do. Is that they take the card, they break down all the cardboard and they take the cardboard.
And they have changed since I've been there, that's 15 years ago, so wheels.
Well, and I think that's, it broke down cardboard for the businesses that if they're taking it to landfill, it really does make a huge difference. It's the ones that are not doing that, that are just throwing it in there and it becomes garbage. And those are the ones probably that have issues when our garbage truck breaks down. And don't have enough space in there because they've got all their boxes in there that aren't even broke down.
That's right.
And the Fresh Mart leaves a mound of boxes right on top of the carts for anybody to borrow to use, the customers, yeah.
Of course, because if they can get rid of them free.
Yeah,
Well, it's, everyone's a winner that way.
Yeah.
You haven't got to buy a grocery bag and you deal with the cardboard and take
Yeah.
it
or you need
for
them for
recycling yourself or.
storage or whatever.
Maybe a reminder to those types of establishments that those bins are meant for maybe wet waste is a better term for it, as opposed to recyclable materials.
But I still think we've got the situation with regards to the potential of 300 odd people in a campground right the way through the summer that are going, some of them are going to the landfill regularly.
Well, I hear from locals that when they go to the dump, they don't know half of the people there.
No, they just say, oh, I'm at Riverend or I'm at this or I'm at wherever.
Yeah.
And that's not fair. By doing this, it would make the businesses responsible for their garbage. And it means that our taxpayers on our tax base would be getting the facilities dedicated to them. That was the rationale. Before Madawaska Valley brought in cards, we used to be able to take our recycling there. And as a business, as All Star, we used to just run down the road with our recycling and they would do the recycling on our behalf for us. But they wouldn't accept us because we weren't in their township and we had no ID card many years ago. So it was only, they've had that in place, I would say probably in excess of 10 years now, that you have to have ID.
Yeah, I think they brought it in about the same time we did, because I think there was a group of us looking at doing that all together to try and get away from people that were on the fringe running with their garbage to the other one. And some of the seasonal people that would rent their cottages from, from them bringing stuff in that didn't belong to them and stuff. So yeah, I mean, ID cards are, they've got their issues, but they certainly help in some ways as well. They're really not that expensive to acquire and they're really not that complicated to administer. But it is one more thing, the staff have to make sure that they ask for it and people have to make sure they bring it with them. And they have to be prepared to go home to get it and not complain to you as elected officials that, well, he wouldn't let me in my dump because I forgot my card. Well, if you forgot your card, you forgot your card.
If you forgot your wallet and you went to the store, you'd have to go back and get it, right? So,
Yeah.
so be it.
I mean, we could possibly issue 2 per household. And then if someone is renting their property, it's part of their rental that they have a card and then they keep the other one personally.
We looked at it, if you were in just like if you're renting it, your tenant should have it. You
Yes.
shouldn't have it at all. If you live in the township and you've got your own house, you should have one, but if you're renting your house, you shouldn't even have a card. It should be your tenant.
And, well, no, I can't even speak of that because that's a pecuniary interest. Back to short-term rentals, sorry.
I think it's a good idea to look at. I think that would cut down on a lot of people using a dump. They dump with you on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And I think if they're plasticized, then they go with the keys to the property.
Yeah.
With regards to a rental, and you hand the keys back, or you put the keys in to a lockbox or to a management company or something, well, the card is part of the key ring. So I don't see that would cause too much of an issue. The issue will come from the likes of the campgrounds, I would think, and people that believe because they are there all summer, they'll go home, they'll collect their engine oil, or they'll collect their mattresses or their furniture, and and just take it to the dump where I've got my cabin, my trailer, or what have you.
That's totally up to the owner.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, that's the onus is on them. It shouldn't be up to us, it should be up to the owner.
And if the campgrounds or the businesses then end up having to buy a new dumpster or another dumpster, then we will have to deal with that accordingly. What we do with regards to the recycling, and if the people can't bring their recycling in, I'm not sure, but again, the campgrounds and places will have to make a recycling depository available for their tenants, for their people.
I think we got a couple of problems, the campgrounds being one of them, a major one. And the people camping on Crown land, right now, the dump attendant has no way of identifying them, even though there is a civic address there. With a card system, they certainly wouldn't be issued a card.
No.
So it's
A lot
gonna,
of them live in the township, they go down there. So
Well,
they'd have their
some-
home card.
and that's fine, you know, whether they produce their garbage at home or at their trailer down the road, I really don't care. Another problem is people with residences in other townships that also have a residence here, and I'm talking mainly about cottagers, where the cost of disposing of something in, say, Canada is extreme, and it finds its way to our dump where it's dumped for nothing or very little.
Yeah.
I don't know how we can control that. I wish there was a way that we could. I don't know how.
That's been happening.
Most of those locations have scales in them, and it's not unusual I'm kind of out of touch, but I think the last time I set scale rates for the community, I think we were at $90 a ton. And I think that sometimes they're up to over $100 a ton now in a lot of the communities. And if you scale in with a trailer or shingles, you'll know what $100 a ton adds up to.
I think what Joe was referring to was somebody from the city bringing 2-3 mattresses.
And that's what it is, right? They're paying $100 a ton or $120 a ton at curb dump. Load it on the trailer, go up to the cottage and throw it away for $5.
I don't think we can do much about that, and their cry would be, I pay property tax here, I'm not here all year round, so be it, winner, winner, I still pay property tax here, and I do own that property here. So I think they're entitled to the facilities that the permanent residents.
I personally haven't seen a lot of that type of thing going on. I mean, mind you, I don't stand down at the boat launch all day long.
No,
I mean, when I go down there a lot, I kind of keep an eye on what's going on, and I haven't noticed a lot there.
but the people.
No, but that's people using the compactor, but people go.
Oh, yeah, when
directly
they
to the
come
dump.
back, but I'm just saying, like, even people coming in for the weekend or something, I don't see them coming in with piles of mattresses and garbage bags and that type of thing. I just personally haven't seen a ton of it.
Well, when the dumpster used to be at the top of the hill.
I know that. Oh, yeah.
I don't think we can, I don't think we can address all the issues, but I think this would address some of the issues.
And I don't think there's a problem at the disposal sites with the people that the waste, that the manager knows. You know, if they come in every week, he gets to know everybody.
Mm,
It's the people that he doesn't know who they are, that he needs a way of identifying.
mm. And if you've got your card, you've got your card.
Yeah, okay, because waste management has been sort of a sticky point for a lot of the community. I sat down yesterday quickly and got my hat on, yeah, strategic planning hat on. And I quickly jotted down 3 goals in which pertains to waste management. So one is our main goal would be to try to increase the longevity of our landfill sites. And that would be one goal. So how we do that, I think we need to brainstorm on that. Because we have these discussions and I think things get lost, or we sort of just like, again, we go through things that are issues, but we never come up with solutions. The other one was improve our recycling in our area. And again, that would be right from education to getting some feedback from the company that we use down in Renfrew. I mean, I can just imagine how some people are throwing in something they feel is recyclable when it's not. What happens to all of that waste once it gets down there? We're paying for it to get transported down there by weight, right? And then the other one was cost savings. When we were doing that strategic plan review, Dave, whatever his name was, brought up that they use comparators that are similar to our size, et cetera, et cetera. Although it might not be perfect, it was something that they were using to look at where we are alike or where we could maybe improve from a strategic plan perspective. And they were saying that our cost for our garbage was $200 or $300 more than what our comparators were.
170.
Was it 170?
70 to 200.
Right, so why is that? And is that something that we could look at from a cost savings? So those were the 3 things I threw out there. These are, you know, that the user card would be wonderful to look at. When I think of just from my own perspective, if I'm looking at recycling, and again, it's because of my knowledge. When you take a water bottle, you know, throw it in your recycling, do you leave the cap on? Do you take the cap off? Apparently somebody told me I didn't have to, or you should take that cap off.
The label?
The label off, you know, and again, it's like, well, is everybody know that? You know, again, just simple things like that. And everything has to be rinsed. Okay, great. So those are things that I think we need to re-educate people, particularly if we want them to do it properly, because who knows when it gets all the way down to Renfrew, they look at that and they go, oh, this stuff's from South Algonquin. It's not going to be, you know, worth even going through. So,
Well, I think, Brian, you and Dave Catley went.
Yeah, I mean, I was in the plant down there and I've actually suggested that our waste attendants should go down there because some of them probably have never seen the inside of a recycling plant to begin with, and I don't know if Stephen has either.
Yeah.
I've been in that plant a couple of times. I was also a partner to the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center, so I've been in that facility and I know that I see the differences. They've got an automated plant down there that, you know, they basically dump everything on the floor. And it just goes up a conveyor and they've got air pushing stuff this way and metal magnets grabbing stuff this way, and it self-sorts on the line. My conversations with Antera to date, they've not received any materials that are beyond their thresholds of managing. They've not had any specific issues to the collection of our materials here in South Algonquin. They charge us $90, I think it is. They charge us per bin per pickup. We're paying over the last, and just as an example, since we began the program, September of 2022 was the first time they picked up. And since between then and August of 2023, because those are the numbers we had available. The recycling program has cost us $19,721. When Jen broke that out, that worked out to, on average, just under $1,800 a month to run the program. And when she figured out that per household, it's costing $15.71 a household. So it's really not a highly expensive cost. But one of the things I likely am going to do as part of our budget process this year is I'm going to separate waste management from all of the rest of our budget, so that you can see the local area. I'll do what they call an area rate. So the cost for waste is completely separate on everybody's tax bill, and everybody can see what their cost for waste is in the township. And all of the rest is all the other services. Because I think they're right. Our costs for waste management are high. Why are they high? Well, one thing, we operate a very old piece of equipment that's cost us a lot of money this year. Secondly, we provide the Cadillac of services. We provide curbside collection at a minimum of once a week and sometimes twice to commercials. We do it over 1,000 square kilometers. That's a lot of mileage for a vehicle to be handling, and it's going down a lot of back roads compared to big city urban centers. So it does create more wear and tear on the vehicle. And the distance from this house to that house on some roads could be 5 miles. So we're doing a lot of, although we're trying to manage the route to get the best effectiveness of the route, the diversity of our community costs us money. There's no way around it. Are the dump hours that we're operating sufficient? Are they too many? Could we operate with less hours or less days? There's all kinds of ways to look at efficiency as it relates to that operation. The question is whether or not there's a desire or a motivation to make a change to the level of service, because we've established a level of service. People expect a certain level of service. And I've made changes. I went from 5 dumps to 4 dumps in a transfer station. We went from having dumps open, some of them 4 days a week, to having dumps open once or twice a week, and spreading it out so that you might have a dump here that was open when this one wasn't open, and you had to travel all over to do a dump. So I know what kind of political outlash comes as a result of making changes to your level of service. So yeah, are there ways to make savings? Absolutely. If you told us to go and find a way to cut $100 a ton, $100 a household off of the garbage bill, we probably could do that. But we're going to change your level of service. And if we want to start collecting recycling curbside, well, now I've got to have a second truck, because my truck is only big enough and it's only working 6 days a week. I'm not going to be able to 6 or 5.
It's only 4 right now.
4 right now, but the summer it's 6, is it not?
Yeah.
So summertime we're running 6 days a week. I don't have any more days to work, so we need another truck. So these are the challenges with trying to manage this component. And there's a lot of people that feel that's the only thing they get, because they don't see the money we spend on long-term care. They don't see the money we spend on land ambulance. They don't see the money we spend on the district housing authority. They don't see the money we pay to the OPP. There's a lot of services they don't see. The one thing they see is the dump.
Garbage pickup.
I mean, there's a lot of townships that only pick up garbage every other week. They don't do it every week. They do it every other week. And they do the recycling the other week, so
But a
one week.
lot of them that do that though also have green bin programs, right? Because the last thing you can do
Yes.
if I take the organics out of your garbage, then you can keep that garbage. There's no reason that garbage shouldn't be able to be sat in the house for a week on end without a problem. But when you leave organics in, you get the decomposition of the organics. So a lot of those places that have gone to that Basically, they're maybe once a week for garbage, or once every other week for or once every second week for garbage, or third week, but they've got a compost program where they're picking up that compost on a weekly basis and getting rid of it.
Most of those places that find efficiencies by switching to a 2 week or every second week pickup instead of first week are big enough that their employees are working in another location in the same township, picking up garbage, doing the same job. We don't have that because of our low population and huge area. So, you know, if we say, well, we're gonna save money by only picking up every 2 weeks, are you gonna lay off the full-time employees and hire part-time guys that are only gonna work every second week? It's not feasible. It's not gonna happen.
They could
So-
be picking up recycling.
No, they couldn't pick up recycling. You have to have a different type of truck.
But
How would you dump it in the bins? Our whole collection system would have to.
In plastic see-through bags.
Your truck would have to deliver to the site in Renfrew, because we don't have any site at our disposal sites to handle it from a compacted truck.
And that's the question, right? I mean, if you wanted to go to a curbside recycling program, could you run a 60-40 split truck? I see that a lot of times in communities where 60-40 split trucks, what they are, 60% of the truck is for garbage, I think, and 40 is for recycling. And there's the divider down the middle that prevents one from getting into the other. And they take the garbage and they dump the garbage, and then they take the recycling and they go with the recycling. But as Joe said, you're an hour and 30 minutes on a good day in a recycling truck or garbage truck to get to Renfrew, and an hour and 30 back. So now you've just lost a day a week just in traveling to Renfrew to dispose of the material, because I don't believe there's a recycling facility closer than that to us.
Just as an example of how everything is tied together, we've had a lot of breakdowns in our truck. And I think a lot of the breakdowns are caused by our rough roads. So if we graded our road more often and it was in better shape, I think the cost of our garbage collection would go down. You know, maybe not a significant amount, but every little bit would reduce it. Like, I was shocked when I heard in that strat plan thing that it was costing us $370 per household for picking up our garbage when the average was 200. And I asked Brian, because I was blaming it on recycling as a huge cost. And so I asked Brian to get the figures, and it was only $15 a household, which, you know, I was shocked it was that low. I thought it would have been a lot higher than that. So, and he's right, our costs per household to pick it up is a lot more than in a city where you go 200 or 300 meters down the street and you pick up 25 or 30 different households. We're here to pick up 25 households on like a Tuesday when you're going down to Mackenzie Lake. You're probably 5-10 kilometers between pickups. You know, so the cost per pickup has to be extremely amount higher. And our taxpayers, I think, are willing to accept that higher cost to have the service. It's very, very difficult to remove a service once you have.
I know some of the people that I've spoken with, and they obviously they know the age of the truck. I don't know if they are willing to put any more money towards this, really. I think they're going, wow, there has to be some kind of cost savings. We can't continue to do what we're doing and not expect our taxes to increase.
And I mean, the reality is, when we go looking at our long-term strategic plan, when we go looking at our asset management plan, which is, we already know it's underfunded by, well, we need $2 million a year, so it's underfunded by about 1.5 annually, on a $4 million budget. We can see where that's going. And that's just to maintain what we already own. That's without buying anything new. So is there going to be any, our tax rates here are, and I have to commend the council that's been here in the past, they kept them pretty good. They've kept them very low. They're lower than most of our comparable municipalities are. But we've got no industry hardly here. And we have very little commercial development, and those are the big taxpayers. Industrial is almost $4 to 1, and commercial is closer to 3 than it is to 2. So those properties, through assessment, are paying very substantial amounts of taxes to help keep us going. We're not seeing the growth of those. We're not seeing more of those coming on stream. We're not getting reassessment now. We're 2016 assessed values. We've not seen any reassessment on the property since then. So the question is, where is the money going to come from long term? That's going to be a challenge. When we go sitting down next year to do the financial plan for the asset management plan, I have no idea how we're going to manage $1.5 million difference annually in taxation without increasing taxation. I have no idea. It's going to take some really creative thought on how we're going to manage things going forward. Instead of paving something, we may be doing chips. We may have to do a single or double surface treatment on it because it's less than half the cost of a pavement. We're gonna have to become very creative. Our grader is just about at end of life. You know,
Councillor Kuyak mentioned that the taxpayers weren't willing to pay for more. What's the solution? No garbage pickup at all?
Well, I think the solution is for me as a council to sit here and see if there is any kind of efficiencies or being able to provide the same service and not, jeopardize anything.
well, the biggest challenge is if we're doing curbside, we have to do it. I can't create a central collection depot because I think that's happened in a few townships over the years. And centralized collection depots are considered waste disposal facilities by a municipal approval from the Ministry of the Environment, the same as a landfill does. So you can't just set a garbage box at the end of the street and collect from it.
So I've been at my son's at Hastings Highland and he pays $5 for this guy and a half ton every week to come and get his bag of garbage. So $5, maybe it's $6 now, I don't know, but that's 52 weeks of the year, $260 a year.
Their garbage collection became privatized.
As it was in Madawaska before amalgamation. There was a guy, I don't know if he made a living at it, but picked up garbage, he had a truck and a trailer.
But I'm just gonna throw it out there because I think that this is a big area. It's one of the main services that we do provide, as well as the roads, and I think both areas, but we're talking waste management. We should look at the process. I mean, almost do like that lean mythology and go through each process and see if there's some place that we can either be more cost efficient or improve, whether or not that's through education or whatever, to meet what our goals should be, which is being, more, we want to continue to provide this service. We're gonna have to make some changes, is all I'm saying, I think.
Because it is gonna cost more.
Absolutely.
If we have to buy a new garbage truck, we're at, is it $270 per household right now? Is that what the number is?
But that costs.
$370.
I thought it was 270.
No, it's $370 compared to $200.
Because our cost per household is higher than the city of Ottawa. Right now, per household, but it's all. I get it, yes, we've got less households as well too.
Well, we should have less waste.
But, okay, so I want to put a picture in your mind, okay? That garbage truck, okay, this time of year, when it comes into Mackenzie Lake, it's gonna go down the South Road, all the way down the South Road, which is probably about, what would you say, 5 kilometers?
4 or 5.
From the main line, okay, down, and I'm not singling one household out, but, that garbage truck goes down there every week, whether there's 3 feet of snow or there's no snow, to pick up one bag of garbage.
That's a round trip of like 9 kilometers for one bag of garbage.
For one bag of garbage, and a dangerous 9 kilometers.
Yeah.
Because in the past, some of our plow trucks have had been pulled out of the bush by log skidders because of the road, and it's that harrowing, I guess. is the word. So anyhow, that's the image I just want to put in your mind, right?
Well, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to my view, I get that. But I mean, we also have a situation like, okay, or again, Halo Lake, everybody has to bring their garbage to the truck. As opposed to the truck going around picking up. So it's,
Well, it's because of that.
water access, water access and road access, so. But,
Yeah, there's a lot of things to look at. So now if you take that service away from that one place, maybe in the summertime, there's gonna be many more, but this time of year, that's all there is. That live in there full time, okay? So you can count on that whole road, Mackenzie Lake Road, you can count probably on two hands how many bags of garbage are being picked up.
Does it make sense to run that big machine
All the way.
all the way down there?
This time-
Is there any mileage, pardon the pun, in getting a small garbage truck?
I see the look on Jackie's face because she lives on Mackenzie.
Just one of those small, on a 550 or something?
Maybe just, seasonally, you just get those people, if there's only one person down there, get them to bring it out to the main line sort of thing, you know, it saves 10 kilometers every week. Maybe there's just a little change with that you could get done. But you have to make sure the other residents that are in there aren't living in there annually sort of thing. If there's only one at the end of the road, just get them to bring it out to the main line and on your way through, you pick it up.
How does it work, out at Hay Lake? They have a big bin in there. No, it's gone?
I inquired, I think Joe, you said that they removed those bins years ago because people were jamming them full of stuff that shouldn't be in there.
not only that, MOU said they were illegal.
That's right.
They
There
become
was
transfer
one at
sites.
Mackenzie too. It was,
Oh,
I didn't see anything wrong with it at all, but staff at the time classed it as a transfer station.
According to the MOU, that's what they said.
I know, but
That was a sore spot.
Oh, yeah.
What's the
I don't
difference
know what the answer-
between jumping it at the side of the road and a transfer station? I mean, with regards to my private lane, there are potentially 6 households there. And for us to have you guys pick the garbage up, it has to be at the end of the lane before 7 in the morning. So potentially, there would be 7 or 8 bags of garbage there. What's the difference between that and a transfer station?
The transfer station, from what I understand, is where you go and you put your individual items at a certain location.
they're not put there just on collection day, they're put there 7 days.
Okay, thank you for that, yeah, all right.
So I don't know how that got skewed as a transfer station, it is beyond me, but anyhow, that went through regardless, which was a really sore spot with a lot of the locals here, not just Mackenzie Lake, but throughout the township, because they couldn't put their garbage in or garbage in.
so why can't we do something for those outlying areas like they do in the park, where they have the recycle, they have the rest of the garbage, whatever? You know, what are they?
They're called
We had a very, very lengthy presentation from the same people that have those containers in the park, and it's extremely expensive.
Is that because they pick it up, or is it?
Well, the unit itself is extremely extensive, the liners don't last very long, they gotta be replaced almost annually. And then you have to have a special truck to collect it. And then
So
you have
it's
to have
cheaper
a-
to go for those bins that you can.
Well, they have an agreement with Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery, does all their pickup, so they don't, the ministry doesn't care, it's
No.
unlimited dollars.
Sure.
But we explored that, it was very expensive.
Yes, I put 2 of them in and we actually took them out after a period of time because they were complicated and wet waste in them was just horrendous when the bags split to deal with, and we had all kinds of issues with them. But they're, again, those in and of themselves are deemed to be a transfer station when they're being picked up the way we're using them. I could put it in a park and it'd be okay.
Right.
But if I put it out where the residents are putting residential garbage, it's deemed to be a transfer station by the MOE, and the MOE then wants a certificate of approval for them. And can you do it? Sure, but there's a cost to the process, and then there's monitoring and reporting, and Landfills aren't a pleasant thing to deal with.
No, this is a very sensitive topic that we're discussing right now, because there's a lot of people that's what they're saying. You plow my road and you pick up my garbage, that's all I see. And that's all I get for the tax dollars that I'm paying. So you take away one of those, whether it be snow plowing or whether it be picking up your garbage, people are not gonna be happy, right?
I know.
But I could totally understand and accept a single point pickup in all of the cottage communities, like maybe one at Mackenzie Lake, one at Hay Lake, one at Macaulay Lake. There already is only one at Allen Lake. Especially in the off season.
Well, that's when the bins used to go in.
What if-
That's when we brought the bins out. was
What if
for the
a
winter.
private property owner decided to have his neighbors bring their garbage and we just picked it up?
I'm already doing that with the recycling, so yeah, no, I'm not taking the household with it.
But I mean, if there's 3 or 4 neighbors and they said, oh, I'll bring it all to my house and put it out at my curb, then we could pick it up on garbage day at their curb, and
Well, you know.
we just wouldn't consider it a transfer then, because they've agreed to bring it there.
I think we were right on spot with having the truck at a single location, like Joe was saying, one day a week, and you bring your garbage to the truck. I think, that way we're not reducing the service, we're just reducing the mileage that the truck is gonna be traveling.
And the wear and tear on the truck.
Well,
And
I
if
think
you
the
don't,
biggest
you go for the
challenge-
dump, yeah.
That works in places like Allen, where we go in and we park in the parking lot, we wait for them to come out for a specified hour, 2 hours, whatever it is, we sit there. And it might work in other areas where we've got a large group in the lakes that are coming out on Saturday or something. But the problem we have is making sure that we can time our staff time to be there, because if they're doing it while they're doing a collection route, it doesn't work. And we're already maxed out in the summer with 6 days. So I don't have any more days to go and sit somewhere for an hour.
But we're already
No,
doing that in
Joe.
Kings Lake on Sundays. But that ended at Thanksgiving,
Mhm.
because now we're in the low season, right, not high
It's
season.
only the 4 days.
Yeah, I said in the summer though.
Yeah, it's year round, the 4 days, like
4?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Why did I think we had 6?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays and Sundays.
But if it took you, say, 2.5 or 3 hours to make the circuit, I'll use Mackenzie Lake as an example, because there's a lot of road there. And your driver could go and sit at a central spot, like, at the junction at Gundrick Mill there, for the same amount of time. We wouldn't save anything in the dollars for the employees, but we would save a lot of wear and tear on the truck. We probably wouldn't even save any fuel in the truck, because the truck would have to be idling all the time it's
Well,
sitting
he doesn't, actually, during the summertime, he
No,
doesn't,
but
he would have to in winter time.
in the winter time.
Maybe what I might suggest, because I think we can chat about this for a whole long, really long time. Why don't we ask Stephen to go back with his staff and to look at how they might be able to bring something together that would increase the efficiency of that group and still provide the same level of service based on some of the conversation he's heard here.
Like Boyd knows Route better than anybody. He's the one that's driving the trucks. He's gonna be the guy that can point out where he thinks he can find efficiencies. He's the guy to talk to.
I mean,
Well-
maybe you send like the 350, just the ordinary truck out to those areas, and don't take the garbage truck out there and still do the
But
collection.
now we're getting into the process of what's being done with the garbage, right? When it's in the garbage truck, it gets compacted and then dumped into the hole.
Well, it would have
But
to
now
come back
it's-
to the work yard where the garbage truck is.
For your handling.
You're double handling it then, like, sort of thing, so.
When I asked for efficiencies to be checked on, I also meant the route and the time of the driver. I find it too coincidental, the location of the truck at lunchtimes. I think we're running, what best suits the driver, not what best suits the township. frankly, if I lived beside the driveway, I wouldn't want to park beside my house idling for an hour at lunchtime. It seems that it's in the same location every Tuesday, every Wednesday. And Thursday, I guess, too. I don't think that's acceptable. I see the truck sitting at the store in Madawaska idling lengthy amount of times. I'm assuming it's coffee breaks or lunch breaks or something, but it's there a lot.
So Stephen, maybe you could take a look at optimizing the route and see if there is any optimization to be made.
Yeah, I can have a chat with the operator as well about timing for those, for lunch breaks or whatever's going on there. I can have a chat.
And maybe it is coincidental. I don't know. It just seems too often to be.
Yeah.
I know from my own perspective, if I want my garbage collected at all, it has to be at the end of the road before 7. Well, for me to run it down the road before 7, I'm sorry, if that's a bit unrealistic, I can't put it down the night before because the creatures will just pull it to pieces. So what do? My only option is to drive it to the dump myself. Before 7 seems a bit early for me, but am I just not an early bird? I mean, that could well be personal, but in the winter, you've got to scrape the car, get the car running, get the car out, to get it to the end of the road before 7, you know?
See, we're going full circle here, getting
Yeah.
back to the transportation, back to the bins that we had in place. Cottagers leaving on Sunday, garbage pickup, it's not until Tuesday, at least their garbage was in a spot where the animals wouldn't get through it.
Yes.
So yeah, we're coming full circle back to that issue.
I
But
guess that's my statement, is that I think there's so many issues around waste collecting, recycling, that I think we need to break it down and see step by step where you go and what is the norm, and then is there something else that we can do? Like, what are the problems, right?
It starts with student doing what,
Yeah,
exactly.
And I think if you have a financial record for the last 5-10 years sort of thing, you can go back and see where your major costs are coming from, line item by line item. Because that's pretty easy to track. And then you pick those higher line items out. And if it all goes back to the garbage truck that's causing you the most cost, well, there's your issue.
and then maybe, Brian could, look around and try to get us some comparables. What are other people our size doing from a garbage collection, recycling standpoint? And bring them back so we can look at it.
I can tell you from my own experience, a lot of them, well, as an example, because I'm using Eastern Ontario because I spent all kinds of time in Renfrew County. So, the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Center, operates, with a number of municipalities as a partner to that. They, on a regular basis, go out to waste collection and recycling tendering, which includes their, organic program, and they tender that. And, every 3 to 5 years, and it's collected by a private contractor and brought to the center on behalf of all of the partners. The town of Arnprior Tops right now is doing their contract, collecting Arnprior's garbage and recycling. The town of Renfrew, tenders theirs as well. So the majority, Bonnechere Valley has their own truck and their own staff, and they operate their own garbage collection. Madawaska Valley, they have their own staff, they have their own truck, they collect their own garbage, their own organic waste, and their own, actually, they're not sure, yes, they do their own recycling as well, and they take it all down to Renfrew then, right? So there's both sides, some are contracting it out, some are running their own staff and their own equipment. Inevitably, at the end of the day, we're gonna have to be looking very soon at the capacity of our truck and whether or not and replacing it. And is a 40-yard adequate? Is a 30-yard truck? How big a truck do we have to have? And maybe if we've got a 30-yard, maybe it should be a 40, and maybe that would expand the route enough that we could make efficiency instead of going out 2 days, maybe 3 days, maybe we're out 2. So I think there's some looking into some of that as well from an operational perspective.
If we need to truck it home. Right?
Yeah.
If we decided to contract it out,
I can tell you, I mean, it's not, staff, when, as soon as they hear this, are gonna be upset, but
Yeah.
I've gone out in the past and what we did one time, is, one of my counselors years ago was, contract out my snow removal. So we had one truck that was coming due for replacement, and what we did was we went out and staff costed the cost of ownership of that vehicle and cost of operating that vehicle ourselves. And then we went to a contractor and we said, we're interested in possibly tendering this one route. This one truck is what we want to tender. Knowing full well that we're gonna lose that truck then in the summer when we were doing construction, because we could get, or we'd have to hire out that truck again. But just for the winter snow removal. And at the end of the day, because the contractor's trying to get 30 points on everything, they couldn't compare because we're just looking to break even, right? And that was, unless they've got really inexpensive staff, and today nobody can hire staff for nothing. We could go out and look for tender if that's something council want to do versus, and have staff do a cost analysis on ownership of vehicle. We can do that.
I think this is, what we're talking about today is probably the tip of the iceberg, that we're gonna need a lot more discussion, and, for instance, I am going to have to get feedback from the residents of Sabine, right? Not just Mackenzie Lake, but Sabine, of where they see what we should be doing to be more efficient, to see what their ideas are. Because once the service is taken away, and that's what makes people upset, right? It'll probably make you upset, Jackie, it'll single you out, but, just for an example, right?
What level of service is the public willing to accept, and what level of service is council willing to give? And if they're not willing to adjust their level of service expectation, then they have to be willing to accept that there's gonna be a cost associated with that over the long term. And so it's either gonna be on the tax side or less service. Which do you want? There's no.
Well, I think, and again, not because I know the waste system and how it works, because I don't, but there has to be some efficiencies, and I think that would be prudent as a council township to look to see where we can without cutting service. I mean, I think that would be our first step to try to figure that one out.
I bet you out of that $370 per household, I bet you a big portion of that is maintenance and repair on the truck and fuel.
Probably.
And that's what I say, if you go back to the line items, past years, you can see the percentage of having spent just on the truck.
So that's something to think about, that's something to talk about, and that's something that I need to talk about with my neighbors.
And,
I think we should, separate the cost of waste collection from waste disposal. So like right now, we're talking like it's costing us $370 per household to collect the garbage. It's not. Probably half of that is our consultant fees and our disposal fees, like the attendant at the dump and the consultant for the planning at the dump. The collection, I doubt that it's more than 50% of the total cost.
Is that correct?
There's other costs. I mean, it's not just the collection. We've got the operation of the landfill. Staff time to cover the landfill. We've got monitoring the landfills, both landfills. I think it's around $25,000, Stephen?
Yeah.
That we pay for monitoring on an annual basis at the landfills to meet the Ministry of the Environment requirements and to prepare the annual reports that have to go out to them, which you'll be happy to read this year when I get them. I'll send them off to you, Reed.
And the shredder, I guess, as well. too, right?
So, there are those costs that are not direct costs, but they are part of the requirement to just operate our facility, right? The truck is a big cost. Fuel has been a huge cost, I think, to anyone that's in the truck business, whether that's municipality or the logging trucks. Cost of fuel has gone through the roof. And parts for maintenance, availability of parts, downtime while you wait for parts. there may be cost benefit just in replacing the old truck. The cost of operating it may now exceed the cost of ownership. So that's something, you know, Stephen's gotta sell to me before we get to budget.
My point is, even if you found, say, 25% efficiencies in the collection, you're not saving 25%, you're probably saving 10 or 12% on the total cost.
That's your point, yes.
I think it's a really big issue, and it's a big issue not only just around this table, but in the community.
Absolutely.
And it would be, like I say, I think it's a good time to sit here and break it down into the areas like you were saying, and that was good because I wouldn't have thought that. You have the disposal, you have the collection, they're two different things, plus then you have the recycling. I think that needs to be all looked at from a procedure standpoint. What, if I had a bag of garbage sitting at the bottom of my driveway, where does it go and what happens to it? And how many hands is it?
Most of Europe have switched over to incineration. And it's not a stupid situation. You know, they've got carbon capture on the tops of the chimneys. The heat that is produced goes into making electricity. And that is something, as a small municipality, if only we had land, we could have an incineration.
We never get approval for it.
An incineration facility where other townships could be utilising it, and we would be a winner through and through. But while we haven't got land that we can,
As long as all those garbage trucks aren't going by your house.
exactly.
They,
Exactly.
you have to figure out a way to make money with garbage rather than spending money on garbage,
That
right?
would be the winner.
Absolutely, right? Well, anyhow, I've got my ideas, but there is a neighboring township. And I can't name the township because the process is still in the works right now, but they are going to be getting into the business of burning garbage.
Well,
And
so
they're
far,
bringing in their.
the environmental agencies have been so dead set against it that none of them get approved.
No.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think incineration is the way to go. I've thought that for 25 years. But for some reason in Ontario,
Durham has got a huge. And if you want to have a look at what's going on in Durham right now, they burn all of it.
there's one near
The
Brampton.
incineration units, I've looked at them actually because, if you Google Skagway, Alaska, they're using the units I looked at. And all of the ships that come into Skagway unload their waste in Skagway and they incinerate it. The units I was looking at were probably about $1 million.
It's a
And
small scale.
and because you've got to have scrubbers and you've got to have electric and you've got all these things you need to manage that process. And it reduces your waste by 90%. You still have 10% that's fly ash that has to be buried.
Well, you know what they do, what they're doing with that is they're mixing that in with, asphalt.
Yeah. Easy when you're in the Durham region and you've got asphalt plants and concrete plants and everything else.
Local paving's carry it all. Believe it or not. So
Yeah.
that is definitely something, it's a win-win for whoever's gonna take the financial leap to do something like that. Because, part of the consultation with this other neighboring township, when you're dump, okay, when you've got 10 years life expectancy left in your dump and you decide to make a move, you're too late.
Yeah, well, and it is a process, right? I did an expansion of a landfill site and it took us 8 years or 9 years just to get an approval to expand an existing landfill site. Getting approvals for things like incineration, they're possible, but there's a process to get there. And it's not a short process to get through in the province of Ontario. We have a little more leeway, I think, because we're quote in the north than they do in, say, eastern or southern Ontario. but the studies and everything else that you've got to do to satisfy the Ministry of the Environment, there's a lot of time and effort goes into those. I mean, certainly if council said, hey, Brian, we want to look at that as a long-term, potentially a long-term solution to our problem. I've got a contact number. I'll call the people I spoke to 10, 15 years ago and say, hey, you still interested in doing business in Ontario? Because they've got units all over the north.
Europe.
All over the north. They're primarily used in mining sites in the north. So a lot of the northern mining sites, that's how they're getting rid of their waste, they're incinerating it, right?
And in Europe as well too, but.
I mean, what they do is they attach a turbine, steam-driven turbine to them and produce electricity and pump it into the grid in the UK. The energy is not wasted at all.
So I'm getting back to our new business, right? I'd say absolutely bring the garbage on if we had an incinerator, but we don't. So.
Okay, so moving on. I don't even know where we're at here.
Expense summary.
Yeah, well, I think we just talked about the expense summary. Did you have any more to add to that, or?
No, I mean, the 1750, I was asked what did it cost, and I think it's good to monitor that. I'm actually very impressed.
Okay.
They tied us in with their Hastings Highlands route, and they just come up here, they charge us for each bin that they lift and put in the truck. There's no weight charges, there's no nothing, it's just, you pay for the bin, that's it, and off they go.
Okay. Anybody want any other clarifications? We good? Okay, request to accept waste from Clancy Township.
I don't know where Clancy Township is.
So Clancy is at the north end of Victoria Lake,
Oh,
and it's an unorganized territory.
well, sure, but like a huge fee.
No.
Their new manager took over this year, him and his wife are brand new up there this summer. And they said, hey, we don't like how we're managing garbage here. Would you guys be interested? And I went, well, for starters, I can't do it without a ministry approval because you're not, my certificates are only for South Algonquin, they're not for Ontario. So I'd need to have you included in us. And I said, there'd be a cost to that and somebody'd have to pay that. And I said, there'd probably be some fees associated with being able to do it. But I said, I'd have to go back and talk to council. I can't even have a conversation with you unless council says, you know, that might not be a bad idea. See how much money we can get out of it and make it worthwhile. Or no, we just don't, we want to preserve our landfill site and too bad.
I guess the answer is no.
I don't know, the answer's not no. They've been we've suggested to them before that they join our township, and then they can bring their garbage to our site. And I think we should extend that invitation to them again. Join our township.
We're giving them cell service. Hopefully.
Join our township and then the site fees are.
They actually have cell service on the property.
Oh, well, there you go.
They,
As they should.
I don't know why they weren't included in the amalgamation in 1998. I think there was some political strings pulled that I wasn't privy to. So I suggested at the time that it be included and it was poo-poo. Oh, we'd have to build a road in. It was terrible, the excuses I got. I think there was some palms greased. I really shouldn't suggest that, but there's no other reason why it wasn't included. And it's the only area in Northern Ontario on the south side of Algonquin Park that's not in the township of South Algonquin. And there's about 7,000 or 8,000 acres, I think, in there.
Managed forest.
While the part that's the managed forest is in the township of South Algonquin.
Right, that's right. Thanks.
It's all owned by one single landowner. So there's one vote for amalgamation. Even if we proposed it, there's only one person votes, and that's Weston Corporation, the owners of the property. So they're gonna vote no. So the only way, and they did bring their garbage originally to the township of South Algonquin, and we did accept it for a while. And then we realized that we shouldn't, our certificate of approval didn't allow it. We actually sold them a garbage truck at one point. One of our old trucks.
They were doing that survey.
That's how to be our system. Well, I think at this point, we have so many problems of our own, whether to accept waste from somewhere else. Might be prudent just to hold off or offer them
I think
join.
if they joined our township, we would probably gain
You have to buy a new truck.
$10 million worth of assessment. Because all of the buildings
Yeah.
on that western property are in Clancy Township. All of them, every single one.
This is where I was going, what benefit would it be to South Algonquin, right?
Huge benefit in taxes.
But are they willing to take that leap?
They may not have a choice if they got no place to leave their garbage. And the Ministry of Environment won't let them dump it on their own land, which I kind of think they've been doing.
So we're gonna take your garbage ransom?
Can you think of a better?
Yeah. The only other suggestion, let's take it, that you buy us a new garbage truck.
Well, yeah, I guess if the price was high, but say we figured out what it costs us to dump a ton of garbage and maybe $10 a ton, something, I'm certainly not interested in coming into an agreement for that. Not at all.
How much garbage would they produce?
In the winter, not a lot, but in the summertime, there's more.
A considerable amount.
I think it bounces around depending on how many of the family and how many friends are on the property at the time during the summer.
I got a question for Stephen right now. Why isn't a grading a paved road?
Be back in the day.
On the side way or on the side?
It's a head change.
I didn't see what was going on, but anyhow. I said make that rental thing work, but I didn't mean on a paved
Can
road.
I make a motion or something in regards to this whole thing? No, that I think Joe would, I think Joe's right. I think if we do anything with Clancy Township, it would be to say, we certainly would love to if you join the township.
I think,
We'd love to have you.
I think it's that they have to ask to join us,
That's right.
rather than us ask them to
Yeah.
join.
That's the only
us.
option there is.
It has to
available.
come from them,
Right.
doesn't it?
In 98, all we had to do was include that area in. They had one vote as opposed to everybody else.
But now
But
they
now-
have to ask us, yeah?
Like they had one vote compared to all the votes in Murchison, Lyle, Dickens, and Sabina. But now it's only Clancy.
What direction do we want to give the?
I think geographically it makes sense, politically it makes sense that they're part of our township. And I would love to have the added assessment and I'd love to take the garbage once they were.
And, well, we offer them fire cover anyway, don't we?
No, we don't.
So
Just to the portion of their property that's in Murchison.
Mm.
And there's some in Dickens as well, but there's no road access to the portion that's in Dickens.
So that would be a benefit to them as well too.
It would bring their insurances down.
They may be self-insured at the government.
They might be, yeah.
Yeah, when you got that kind of.
PC insurance.
So where do we go from here, chief?
Reach out and find out if that's something they're interested in doing.
Okay.
And if so, then they would have to start.
There's a process involved in that too, right? So.
In the meantime, we just hold their garbage hostage.
Well, it's an issue for them to know what to do with it.
What to do with it, absolutely, for sure.
Opportunity has presented itself, we'll check into it further. Okay, waste collection truck, have we covered that already?
I think so. I think we just wanted to alert council to the fact that that truck is, we've seen the number of times it's missed pickup deliveries this year while we waited for parts and repairs and otherwise, and that it's probably getting very close to the end of its life cycle and that we might not be able to put binder twine on it much longer, and we may have to look at adding that in for consideration into a future budget not far off.
Would it make sense for us to buy a smaller collection truck and leave that big one just to do the big commercial, what they call the big dumpster type
I think the biggest
Lifting.
problem is volume, right? When they go out and they, I don't know where we're at. Are we, I don't know whether that truck, I'm guessing it's a 40-yard truck. If that's a 40-yard truck, is that truck full when it comes back to the shop, to the dump at the end of the day? And if it is, then anything smaller means we need to run more trips.
Yeah,
So now we've got another vehicle that needs to be maintained. And do we want two vehicles to maintain versus one in today's state? in
And I think
today's-
a 40-yard, a 20-yard, a 60-yard truck is still gonna burn the same amount of fuel.
The little ones, they run on a 550 chassis.
But the motor, the engine itself is still the same. Right?
Stephen, question for you. When the garbage truck arrives back, is it full? Every day?
On a daily basis?
Yeah,
No, usually you can get a couple of days out of a run sort of thing.
okay.
the
So
Thursday pickup would probably be filled.
Yeah, I know Floyd, talking to him, it's every couple of days, he lets me know, when he's dumping at the dump, cause then we gotta push it over and cover it sort of thing, right?
Yeah, that's the other thing. When you have a smaller truck that you're dumping, every time you dump it, every time the dump is open, you have to cover it every day that you dump
Okay.
something in there. So if we open
Didn't
it and
factor
somebody
that,
brings
yeah.
in a single garbage bag, we have to cover it.
Okay, anybody got anything else?
You're looking at me. I would just love to have Brian look into doing a full half-day session or something and map out all of this so we can see where, I mean, we all know where the problems are, but, you know, are we doing things right, or could we improve on things that we could do? I don't know, you know.
I'd like to see the
Again-
township make money in garbage.
We all,
It's not beyond our means. It's not beyond our means by any means.
We did.
I have the same feeling about recycling. If recycling was such a good idea and it's so profitable, like the government says it is, everybody in the country would have a recycling business. They'd be eager to buy our garbage from us. It's not happening. It's a scam.
Just, you know, like, I mean, the hospital, if we had a process issue, we would sit down there and say, okay, we'd identify the problems for the process, and then we'd identify where the problems were. And then what could we do to improve? So, you know, if you had 5 patients you had to look after, you were gonna go collect those things that you needed prior to going down that hall, so that you weren't running back and forth, back and forth. Or at least have stations somewhere where you could, you know, stock some things. So it's that process from a waste management that I personally would like to see, because then you could address the issues. Like, it didn't take me more than 2 minutes to put down those areas of which we should try to be meeting the goals, right? So,
And the two are very linked, aren't they? The
Yes.
landfill and the recycling,
Yeah.
because if we're removing the recycling out, the amount that's going in the landfill is appreciably reduced.
and is there anything more we could do? And then that leads you to, well, recycling. Am I the only one that doesn't understand that whole concept of, are we still grinding? So really, at the end of the day, I shouldn't have anything that's going in and being compressed and put off, you know, like, I really shouldn't have anything. I should, you know, compost. I mean, we talked about that earlier, so.
But
anyways.
with our landfill, I guess the end of it is our lifespan of our landfill, right?
Mhm.
And is making sure that the waste that is going into our landfill is coming from this township,
Yeah,
right? Because in the past, there have been some contractors in the past that have been doing whatever, wherever else of the township, but bringing it here, claiming that that waste was coming from Central, right? And I think we should very, very, keep an eye on that kind of activity because it's not right.
and I think the other issue, and I know myself, I've gone to the dump a couple times, we never put our garbage down at the road, we take it ourselves. And, they don't, Rob used to know me because he quickly write down my number, but the person that's there now could have cared less who I was. Didn't recognize me, I'm sure. And then the next time I went, he did ask. But then having said that, I was throwing something in the recycling and there's a large bag full of probably recyclables, but it was in a bag. And again, it's like, boy, we all need education. So even from a staff standpoint, we need education.
I was just gonna say the same thing about education. We should never let up on trying to educate the taxpayers on improving the stuff that they're putting into the recyclable containers. And like, if you drive around on collection day before the truck gets there, you're gonna see like, there's maybe one bag of garbage at one house, and a house 100 yards down the road, the same amount of people's got 5 bags.
Yeah.
So it's an education thing. Like, I don't know why there would be such a difference, but there is. And sometimes it's shocking to see how much stuff is at individual houses.
But getting back to our landfills, I fully agree about having that card system.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I'll bring back a sample of them
Because that
for
way
you
the
to just take a look at
attendance
before we go
will be
producing anything, but certainly we'll bring it back.
I mean, maybe the campgrounds and things like that, we charge them per bag if they want to go in.
Well, I again, just.
If they don't have a card, then they're charged $5 a bag or half.
No, that's up to the campground to bring that
It
garbage
is.
to our landfill,
Yeah.
right? So the landfill attendance is not gonna go on a long weekend, there's 50 people lined up. Right,
No,
using that same card,
Yeah, well, that's stupid, Jim.
right, if you see what I mean.
Mm.
So that's up to the
It should be
campground.
the campground operator's responsibility. to
Absolutely.
Remove the garbage from their property.
Yep, absolutely. So, I'm glad we're in agreement with that. At least I hope we are.
Indeed, I'm gonna say anything else?
Yeah.
Is good enough? You guys know what you're supposed to do?
Yeah, we're gonna have to decide when we're gonna have our next meeting.
Yes, we can.
Like soon in the beginning.
I think
of
so.
the year, and I think everybody's gotta put their thinking caps on to how we're gonna address this.
And maybe at that time, Brian could come back with sort of, breaking it down step by step so that we could see where and what.
Well, because yeah, we don't wanna have this meeting be a waste of time,
No,
so we gotta get right back onto the horse.
There is a tentative committee agenda date.
20th?
Oh, no. We don't, the week of the 18th is possible in January, or the wrong week, that's 23, sorry. Yeah, I don't have the 24th calendar in front of me. But it would be the third week,
the 17th,
I believe, the 17th.
yeah.
Yeah,
17th
which is good, because I leave on the 20th.
17th is a Wednesday.
Of January.
January 17th.
Yeah, I think you all received the updated 24 calendar, so we'll just put asset management with the waste on that date, and we'll just plan for
So
it. And
I'll give us-
I'll update my radar in accordance with that, to make sure we've got the agenda item brought forward here.
And a motion to adjourn. Councilor Kuliak and Mr. Slido. Thank you. We're done.
All right.